Good morning, everyone, and thank you for tuning in today. We will be starting the day with our keynote address at 9:15 a.m. But in the meantime, please do enjoy these videos by the Star Media Group and our sponsors. I'll see you shortly.
What does it mean for us to do right by our customers? As a bank built on time-tested values, we go beyond providing for their banking needs. We focus not only on their future, but on future generations. It requires that we be robust, resilient, and relevant, just as the bamboo is to Asia. In forging a sustainable future, we help customers steer their wealth to sustainable investments and make a positive impact on those in need. We help businesses advance responsibly by providing sustainable financing and building ecosystems to put renewable energy within reach of all. We foster inclusiveness and environmental well-being through community stewardship. To do right by our customers is our way of forging a sustainable future. For the better for ASEAN. For the better for all. What does it mean for us to do right by our customers? As a bank built on time-tested values, we go beyond providing for their banking needs. We focus not only on their future, but on future generations. It requires that we be robust, resilient, and relevant, just as the bamboo is to Asia. In forging a sustainable future, we help customers steer their wealth to sustainable investments and make a positive impact on those in need. We help businesses advance responsibly by providing sustainable financing and building ecosystems to put renewable energy within reach of all. We foster inclusiveness and environmental well-being through community stewardship. To do right by our customers is our way of forging a sustainable future. For the better for ASEAN. For the better for all.
Welcome back and welcome to STAR's Virtual Circular Economy Conference 2021. This conference is held in conjunction with Star Media Group's 50th anniversary. We hope you and your loved ones are staying safe and healthy despite the global pandemic. And whether you're joining in via Zoom or Facebook, we like to thank you for joining in. My name is Myra Baiti, and I'm your host for this 2-day virtual conference. Let us first look into the aims of this conference. We hope that together we can map out and redefine growth, and at the same time focus on positive society-wide benefits, not only within our own businesses, but also nationwide, and ultimately work towards the betterment of mankind globally. Redeveloping your business into a circular economy model entails gradually decoupling economic activity from consumption of finite resources and designing waste out of the system. Underpinned by a transition to renewable energy sources, the circular model builds economic, natural, and social capital. So our mission here is to provide you, our audience, with an all-encompassing conference, which would not only educate, but also foster the development of a network for those who share the same goals and aspirations. But before we get into the thick of it, on behalf of Star Media Group, I would like to give a special shout out to all of our sponsors who have made this event possible. To our platinum sponsor, UOB Bank Malaysia, and also to our gold sponsor, the Malaysian Global Innovation and Creativity Center, better known as MAGIC. Thank you so much for your support. The Circular Economy Conference 2021 will see 2 days of discussions and sharing from experts from the field. If you would like to learn more about the conference as well as the speakers, you can scan the QR code that is on the top right of your screen, or you can go to bit.ly/circulareconcon 2021. That's circular, ECON 2021. Before we get started with the conference today, here are some housekeeping reminders. I'm sure at this point we're all a little too familiar with online events. As much as we strive to provide top quality production for all of our events and our viewers, there are certain things that are beyond our control. So we hope that you could bear with us should we experience any technical difficulties during the conference. However, if you do need any assistance, do not worry. Feel free to contact our event squad at events@thestar.com.my. And if you have any questions for our speakers, which I hope you do, for our Zoom viewers, you may post it in the chat box. And for our viewers on Facebook, you may post it in the comment section. Lastly, and most importantly, please engage, learn, and enjoy. Now, we're about to move to our first keynote speaker, and it gives me such great pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker this morning, Mr. Eric Lim, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer and Head of Group Finance for UOB Bank. As the Chief Sustainability Officer, Eric leads a dedicated corporate sustainability office that is focused on helping businesses to advance responsibly, steering consumer wealth to sustainable investments, and fostering social inclusiveness and environmental well-being. Concurrently, Eric is also the head of Group Finance, where he is responsible for the bank's core finance functions, spanning from financial strategy to capital management to regulatory and financial reporting, tax management, business, finance, and performance management. We are so excited for his presentation, so without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Eric Lim to give you his keynote speech.
Good morning and welcome to the STAR Circular Economy Conference. Sustainability has become the new normal as the world is facing pressing issues like climate change. The impact of climate change has been felt across many social, economic, environmental, and political systems. Physically, the world has started to experience soaring temperatures, extreme weather events, and rising sea levels, which are expected to worsen in the coming years. According to the latest climate science, the world will need to reduce carbon emissions to net zero to meet the 1.5-degree target in the Paris Agreement. For that reason, countries have set ambitious climate targets to align with the Paris Agreement. Last year alone, large economies in Asia, including China, Japan, and Korea, have all made commitments to achieve net zero. In April this year, Malaysia's Bank Negara published a climate change and principle-based taxonomy with the aim to help financial institutions assess and categorize economic activities according to the extent to which they meet climate objectives and promote the transition to a low-carbon economy. These developments signal that sustainability is increasingly becoming an issue of regulatory compliance, where companies may lose their license to operate eventually if they do not embrace sustainability. In time to come, there will be little room for unsustainable companies. As sustainability becomes mainstream, companies are expected to work differently and assume different responsibilities. Besides the traditional profit-making goals, companies will be asked to demonstrate their purpose. Investors are paying closer attention to sustainable and responsible investing. Today, the UN PRI signatories are responsible for over 100 trillion in assets worldwide, including some of the world's largest and most influential investors. The message from global asset managers is clearer than ever, that the more a company can show its purpose in delivering value to its customers, employees, and communities, the better it will be able to compete and deliver long-term sustainable profits for shareholders. Consumers are also driving changes. According to our ASEAN Consumer Sentiment Study last year, about half of consumers across the region are keen to support brands with more sustainable practices. And companies of all sizes are getting the message. As the world is searching for solutions to COVID-19, many also realize that responding to COVID-19 and addressing sustainability issues are not mutually exclusive efforts. The hard work must be done today in order to prepare for and to mitigate the impact of future sustainability crises. Now, to do this right, companies must go beyond traditional CSR and integrate sustainability into their business strategy and planning. At UOB, we are committed to mitigating environmental, social, and governance risk in our operations, and we've integrated these considerations into our lending policy. ESG risk management is now seen as a hygiene factor for companies that are looking to tap on global capital markets, applicable to both debt as well as equity. Many global banks, UOB included, have implemented responsible financing policies that prohibit financing of companies or projects deemed as high risk. For example, UOB has seized new financing of coal-fired power plant projects, and we prohibit the project financing of greenfield thermal coal mines. In order to ensure our financing decisions result in positive impact and mitigate any potential harm to communities and ecological systems, we also align our lending frameworks and practices to internationally recognized standards, principles, and guidelines wherever feasible. We're also tapping on new sustainability business opportunities that will last long into the future. In Southeast Asia alone, there is an estimated US dollars 1 trillion of annual economic opportunities by 2030 as our region moves to a greener economy. As an ASEAN bank, we're committed to playing our role in the region's transition towards a sustainable and climate resilient economy. Our strategy and decision making processes in developing sustainable finance solutions are guided by the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We also provide financing solutions that support the national sustainability agenda of the countries in which we operate. We had initially aimed to build a sustainable finance portfolio of $15 billion by 2023 to support businesses capturing these opportunities. However, given the amount of demand driven by the increased focus on sustainability, we have already hit 12 billion in the first quarter of this year, and we are on track to meet our target earlier than the expected timeline. Now, in order to enable businesses gaining access to sustainable finance, we have developed 4 streamlined and transparent sustainable finance frameworks. These frameworks aim to meet the sustainability needs of businesses from various sectors, including smart city, real estate, circular economy, and green trade. By having predefined eligibility criteria and qualifying activities, businesses are now able to access sustainable financing in a simpler and faster manner. Under these frameworks, we also partner trusted ecosystem players to offer tailored solutions that simplify our clients' sustainability journey. A good example is our USolar program, which is Asia's first integrated solar energy platform that connects solar developers, contractors, and equipment manufacturers with businesses and homeowners for a seamless transition to renewable energy solutions. Since its launch in 2019, the USolar program has facilitated the generation of about 30,000 megawatt hours in solar power across ASEAN, including in Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and Thailand. This equates to more than 70,000 tons of CO2 equivalent in greenhouse gas emissions reduction, or close to 1.3 million tree seedlings grown for 10 years, or taking 17,000 cars off the road for a year. Now, through our USolar program, we were honored to be presented the Special Award for Sustainable Energy Financing by Malaysia's Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources at the National Energy Awards in 2020. Now, apart from renewable energy, the circular economy is another area that has demonstrated strong potential for impact. A circular economy is essential to help address climate change and other global challenges. The model of a linear economy prevailing today is heavily extractive, resource and carbon intensive. Today's efforts to combat climate change have focused mainly on the critical role of renewable energy and energy efficiency measures, and this is expected to tackle 55% of global carbon emissions. However, meeting climate targets will also require tackling the remaining 45% of emissions associated with the production of goods and the management of land. These are the harder to reduce emissions that arise from the production of buildings, vehicles, electronics, clothes, food, packaging, and other goods and assets that we use every single day. A circular economy approach to products and materials entails keeping them in the economy for as long as possible. And this helps to reduce the energy demand and maintain the embodied energy that went into extracting those materials and making those products. Now, implementing a circular economy can also address other global challenges. Countries are facing challenges with the rapid growth of waste volumes and increasingly complex waste compositions due to new and emerging waste streams. In Southeast Asia, the waste imports from the other parts of the world have added to the complexity of such waste issues. For example, Southeast Asian countries account for 5 out of the top 10 countries that contribute to plastics pollution into the marine environment. Mismanaging waste also has economic implications. Wastage from single-use plastics alone results in an estimated 80 to $120 billion worth of material value loss from the global economy each year. Despite the potential positive impact of the circular economy, the world is far from being circular right now. It is only 8.6% circular at the moment, and we need to double it to get on a par to well below a 2-degree world. The existing circularity gap offers significant business opportunities for new and better growth. The transition to a circular economy could generate $4.5 trillion in annual economic output by 2030. Hence, it can be a very strong value driver for businesses. Now, in order to prevent wastage, businesses will have to rethink how products are designed, made, and used to prevent waste. This can lead to new innovation and cost-saving opportunities. The business opportunities arising from a circular economy are applicable across different industries. In the near term, industries such as plastics, fashion, and food are more likely to be impacted or disrupted with the growing pressure from regulators and consumers. For example, the EU introduced a plastic tax on non-recycled plastic packaging waste earlier this year. In Malaysia, the government also launched a roadmap towards zero single-use plastics. Now, given the increasing regulatory requirements, many FMCG companies have started to incorporate high degrees of recycled content into their packaging and committed to increase the recyclability of their packaging to 100%. This presents a promising market for businesses across the entire plastics value chain. Now, we recognize that financial institutions like UOB have a critical role to play in scaling up financing and accelerating the shift towards circular business models. And we're capitalizing on this momentum to help accelerate the circular economy transition in the region. To meet the growing needs of our customers, we have introduced the Green Financing Framework for Circular Economy to support various activities that extend the useful life of products, including the 3 Rs of reduce, reuse, and recycle, use of circular inputs, as well as sharing business models. In order to address green financing needs for both supply and demand in the plastics recycling ecosystem, we developed the Plastic Recycler Ecosystem Financing under this framework. We also work closely with plastic recyclers, converters, and integrated collectors, and provide them a full suite of products that cover working capital and equipment financing to increase the supply of recycled plastics. We also offer BICE financing for our plastics recycling ecosystem solution for end-use companies that consume recycled plastics. Through the solution, we aim to offload their capital expenditure requirements and tight working capital to promote the adoption of recycled plastics. UOB Malaysia has also been working closely with the Malaysian Plastic Manufacturers Association since 2016 to build awareness and help 700 business members who are plastic recyclers to gain access to our sustainable financing. Now, beyond sustainable financing for our corporate clients, we have also integrated sustainability into other parts of our businesses and operations. For example, we recently launched the UOB Evol Card to serve the needs of Gen Z consumers who are sustainability oriented across ASEAN. The UOB Evolve card is Southeast Asia's first bio-sourced credit card, created from renewable sources that are safe for incineration. In line with the card design, it supports and encourages green initiatives such as auto-enrollment of e-statements as well as sustainable deals. We also recognize that ensuring responsible investment practices is part of our fiduciary duty to our customers. We believe that the integration of ESG considerations into our investment processes is important from a risk management perspective and to ensure long-term returns. And therefore, we have put in place a structured due diligence framework and integrated ESG considerations into our investment products. We also offer a range of ESG-focused products, such as UOB Asset Management's United Sustainable Credit Income Fund, as well as private equity impact funds, such as UOB's Venture Management Asia Impact Investment Fund, to meet the growing demand for sustainable investments. Where our internal operations are concerned, we are also cognizant of the direct environmental impact resulting from our network of over 500 branches and offices. As a start, we aim to achieve a green building certification for all of our UOB buildings, even as we explore more ambitious direct footprint targets. In conclusion, I think we all recognize that sustainability is a journey that starts with progressive steps. Our financing and investment frameworks and solutions mark the start of our commitment to support our clients' transformation and transition pathways. Moving forward, we will continue building our capabilities and identifying ways to support our partners and clients to transition to a sustainable and circular economy. We will also strive to make sustainability accessible to all, to contribute to the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the region. I encourage everyone to join hands on this journey, and I'm sure together we can forge a sustainable future. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful day ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Eric, for that far-sighted, insightful, and heartening presentation. Finally, and I speak for the most countries in this region to aid the confusion, our money could finally be green. It all makes sense now. Jokes. But thank you so much for our opening keynote speaker, Mr. Eric. But we're not done yet. We are just getting started. We have our second keynote speaker for this morning, and I'm so happy and so privileged to be able to welcome Encik Ahmad Khairuddin Abdul Rahim, who is the Deputy CEO of Malaysia Investment Development Authority, or MIDA. And Encik Ahmad Khairuddin holds a master's degree in international business and started his career with MIDA in 1991. Since joining MIDA, he has served many divisions and portfolios, plus 2 overseas assignments in MIDA London and MIDA Sydney. He was involved in various projects on industrial development, such as the formulation of the 3rd Industrial Master Plan and the Green Technology Master Plan, just to name a few, and I do mean a few, of the plans that he's worked on. For those of you at home, just a gentle reminder before we move on to his keynote speech is that we would love you to interact with us and post your questions in the chat box or comment section below. And Encik Khairuddin will answer them at the end of his keynote session. So, without further ado, I would like to pass the mic to Encik Khairuddin.
Sustainability Officer, UOB Bank, fellow speakers, fellow panelists, moderators, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's my pleasure to be at the conference this morning. So on behalf of MIDA, I thank Star Media Group for inviting us. It's been a great honor for me and for MIDA. I believe we are here for the same reason, to discuss pressing issues that need to be addressed. It's about future of our planet, future of our children, and generation to come. Of course, climate change is not a fancy word. If you understand the extent of the threat, the term should make our heart pounding when someone mentions it. It's a real threat to humankind if we are not doing anything about it. One of the tools to address climate change is circular economy, a concept that's getting mainstream nowadays. I'm sure in this conference, the terms circular economy will be deliberated more by other speakers. In Europe, the movement has started. Businesses, government, and society work together to achieve the goals. For me personally, the future well-being of our children and grandchildren must be protected, leveraging every position I hold to make sure higher chances of success. MIDA is here to support the agenda with various incentives and facilitation. Further in the presentation, I will explain more on MIDA functions and how we can move forward. Without further ado, let's get started. Now, in the table of content, there are 5 areas I'm covering. MIDA, to introduce about what we are doing, and then our investment performance, our investment strategy, sustainability, and circular economy. So MIDA is the principal government agency for the promotion of investment in this country, be it foreign direct investment or domestic direct investment, FDI or DDI. We are the first point of contact. So we cover both manufacturing and selected services sector. We are not the expert in areas we do not cover. We will channel them to the right ministry or agencies. Next. So we are truly international. We have 20 offices in overseas. In US, we have New York, San Jose, Chicago. In Europe, we have 6 offices: London, Stockholm, Munich, Frankfurt, Milan, and Paris. And we have 1 in Dubai, 1 in Mumbai, 3 in China, Beijing, Guangzhou, Shanghai, 1 in Taipei, 1 in Korea, 2 in Japan, which is Tokyo and Osaka, then Singapore, Sydney. So altogether 20. And in Malaysia, we have 12. All the states is excluding Perlis. So Perlis will be covered by our Kedah office. Next. So MIDA role is quite comprehensive. So we promote investment into the country for both foreign and local. So when they come to the country, if they are manufacturer, of course, they will apply for the manufacturing license, provided their shareholders fund is more than 2.5 million ringgit, or their full-time workers more than 75. So they have to apply to MIDA. So they also apply, some apply for the status for rep office or regional office. Some will apply for tax incentive, matching grants, expected post, and custom duty. I would say most of the applications. So please do use our facility. So once they have been approved for license or incentive, then MIDA will handhold them. That's why for implementation, we have MIDA branches over the country to help out in terms of implementation of the project. So we do facilitate investors on talent requirement, especially foreign companies. They do not know how to get talent. So we have a dedicated division in MIDA that help them to facilitate. Also, when they're here, they must have problem with the land matters, utility. So we have a dedicated division that address those issues faced by companies. And then they might require certain engineering support to fabricate their components on metal casting, metal stamping. So we have a list of fabricators or engineering support companies here in Malaysia. When it comes to raw material, they will look for local raw materials. So we are close to the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers, FMM. So we link them with the members. So on technology collaboration, we are close to SIRIM, they are in Shah Alam, CRES in Penang, and MIMOS in Kuala Lumpur. So on technology, we can come to us, we'll link you to all these agencies. Funding, of course, MADA, we do not do any funding, so we will connect them with the commercial bank here in Malaysia, including UAB, and also fund managers. Next slide. Let us look at our investment performance. We continue to attract high levels of FDI and DDI in the economy. If you look here, our investment performance, from 2016 to 2019, quite a good performance, we say. Somehow in 2020, it dropped to 164 billion ringgit. So it's a global scenario, global problem because of the pandemic, dropped by 22.4%. We see for the past many years, services sector contributed the largest chunk. Then next is manufacturing, and very little on the services sector. It's interesting to note that in 2020, you see the contribution of the manufacturing sector is higher than the year before. So in 2020, the manufacturing sector increased by 10.4%, from 82.7 billion in 2019 to 91.3 billion in 2020, an increase of 10.4%. I did not show the slide for first quarter this year, but this year was also promising. Approved investment for first quarter this year was 80.6 billion ringgit. So if you compare that to the previous year, it's about 49%. So it's in first quarter we achieved that much. If you compare to the year before, 2019, it's 38.7%. So there was a good approval we received for the first quarter this year. Out of that first quarter this year, there were 992 projects approved, which could provide 32,557 jobs opportunities for Malaysians. Nevertheless, as of March this year as well, there are 988 projects in the pipeline, which have the potential of 54.4 billion ringgit of investment. Next slide. So when we look at the top investor sources, here I'm talking about the realized investment, meaning project implemented. Over the years, the top 10 countries were Japan, USA, Singapore, Germany, Netherlands, Korea, Taiwan, China, United Kingdom, and Hong Kong. So these are implemented projects. I'm talking about only the manufacturing sector, not the whole economy, only for the manufacturing sector. Okay, next. What are our investment strategies? So we are leveraging on three areas. First, new sources of investment. We leverage on the mega trend. We look around the world, the development happening in America, in the US, in Japan, and we leverage on Industry 4.0, on digital economy and e-commerce. And also we look at the demographics. We see that now it's a fast-growing Gen Y and Gen Z in Asia. Secondly, we're targeting niche technologies. So targeting niche product. We look for complex product, high value added products. So it's very important to look into all these new technology. and try to identify the gaps to complete the value chain of the industry. Last but not least is to drive existing companies to invest. So they are here already in Malaysia, so we encourage them to go into higher value-added products or activities. And then our purpose is also transform Malaysian companies become global players. Next. So these are our focus when it comes to industries. Let us look at the bottom slide first. Targeting quality investment. We have 10 parameters here. High value-added products, strong linkages, skill-intensive, high-income jobs, export-oriented, high technology, capital-intensive, R&D and design, G&I impact, and knowledge-intensive. We don't mean that you have to comply all the 10 parameters, but as long as you have a mix of them, even one of them is good enough. So we are now targeting for high quality investment. We are no longer a labor-intensive country. So if you are talking about labor-intensive, you might as well to other countries who have bigger population. Then we have these 5 main focus for time being: the electrical and electronics, machinery and equipment, chemical, medical devices, and aerospace. These were in the 11th Master Plan. But we're still drafting the 12th Master Plan, but for sure these 5 areas will still be carried forward into the 12th Master Plan. Next. Now we talk about the sustainability in mind, our policy making. So we, the government, is serious about sustainable development in the country. Okay, the Sustainability Development Goal, the SDG Council, has been established, checked by our Prime Minister, and is under the purview of the Economic Planning Unit. So if you look at the blue bar there, the Shared for Prosperity Vision is a commitment to make Malaysia a nation to achieve fair, sustainable growth within all Malaysians. And the 12th Malaysia Plan is also aligned with SDG and will be a base for all other national economic plans and policies. On the NIA aspect letter, then the SDG and circular economy is included in every sector as one of the main policy thrusts, strategy, and industry action plan, including that of the new Industrial Master Plan. SDG is also integrated in the National Trade Blueprint, pursuing sustainability and innovation is the main thrust. So our PM has launched the My SDG Trust. Look at the box there on the budget 2021. Yeah, our PM has launched the trust fund with initial allocation of 20 million ringgit, and on top of that, the Malaysian government has successfully priced the world's first sovereign US dollar sustainability sukuk via the issuance of 800 million US dollar, a 10-year trust certificates, and also issued 500 million US dollar 30-year trust certificate. In total, it's USD 1.3 billion ringgit. USD dollar. So this is strong recognition of Malaysia's Islamic finance industry's innovative capabilities in structuring sukuk to help advance Malaysia's SDG-focused policies towards achieving the Shared Prosperity Vision 2030. So if you look at the SDG number 9 there, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, this is very much related to MIDA is having been mandated to do, and we have to make sure that a strong ecosystem exists to allow these new opportunities for our local industries and our people. Next. Now, on the national investment aspiration is to reinvigorate Malaysia's investment landscape. So there are 5 core parameters to enhance the nation's competitiveness and ensure that Malaysia remains a preferred investment destination. So if you look at the column there, first is to increase economic diversity and complexity through the development of sophisticated products and services with high local research and development and innovation. Second is to create high-skill jobs to provide better income for the rakyat, for us. Third is to expand and integrate domestic linkages into regional and global supply chain by improving their resiliency. Then we have to expand and integrate domestic linkages into regional supply chain. Number 4 is to develop new and existing clusters focusing on high productivity sectors, including local products and services. And then number 5 is to improve inclusivity to contribute towards the socio-economic developmental agenda. So the NIA, we focus on inclusivity and sustainability that is compatible with the environmental, social, and governance, the ESG goal. So we want to propel growth in the technologically sophisticated sectors, to strengthen forward and backward linkages, provide a pathway for investors to access new market opportunities, and also to consider the global interests surrounding carbon neutrality. Next slide. So we have also this roadmap towards zero single-use plastic mentioned by the keynote speaker just now. So the vision of the roadmap is a phased, evidence-based, and holistic approach by involving all stakeholders in jointly addressing single-use plastic pollution in Malaysia. So in the roadmap, you can see clear direction has been laid out and where single-use plastic will be phased out. So MIDA is very committed in this initiative, and so does the relevant ministries and agencies that have the same objective like us. So strict policy will be imposed in future, and we want industry to be mindful of the disruption. So we, MIDA, and also other agencies will give support to companies for this transition with various incentives available. So for additional information is that the Ministry of Environment and Water, KASA, in collaboration with Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center, MGTC, are developing the Circular Economy Roadmap for plastic 2020 until 2030. They are currently in the process of creating a selection of recommendation policy intervention for the Circular Economy Roadmap and plastic based on data collected from industries in the priority sectors. So phase 1 will be on packaging, and phase 2 on E&E, construction, and automotive. So as part of the process, they are organizing a focus group discussion with the stakeholders according to following group, the manufacturer, distributor, retailer, brand owners, aggregator, collector, recycler, government, NGOs, and academia. Next. So global sustainability movement. You see, at global level, these are few major movements you see on the slide there for circular economy. We have the World Economic Forum, Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the EU. The one thing is that it's acknowledged by the global community there's a lot to be done to achieve what we desire. However, in order to combat climate change, create sustainable industries, and to make progress on circular economy, zero waste is in the middle of all these initiatives. Yeah, I repeat, zero waste is in the middle of all these initiatives. Design how to reduce, design how to reuse, recycle resources, bring down impact to the environment, and yet we balance the standard of living for human population at large. Waste is one of the biggest challenge of the century. Waste is the biggest challenge, but also the biggest opportunity businesses can grab. Next. The next slide is about sustainability movement in ASEAN. Sustainability is a new digital. I say sustainability is a new digital. Some ASEAN countries are already advancing in this area. Some has gone far, some has a very clear plan to rise, to compete, and to lead. You see, 40% of the Asia Pacific region investment in RE until 2050, 40%. Singapore got the Green Plan, Thailand got the one of the focus investment, and then the Vietnam got the first Institute of Circular Economy. So we Malaysia have an advantage in the sense that components that to enable a circular economy or circular bioeconomy exist in the country. Next. Next slide is our Malaysian perspective. You see Bursa Malaysia, EPF, WAP, MIDF, Petronas. So with SDG overarching, ESG is gaining traction and will become a mainstream in Malaysian economy landscape. ESG is a business opportunity. It's part of the innovation management company must undergo. The reward is guaranteed, whether in business profitability, brand building, winning over best talent, and customer satisfaction. So ESG is about aligning the company to meet future demand. Investors or fund managers are looking at high-rating ESG companies to invest because they believe this type of company will give a good return and sustainable return in a long term. Environmentally favorable purchasing, the EPP, or you call it green procurement, so will be introduced by the government and GLC in the future. Those are ready will benefit greatly by the program. You see, financial institution has been pressured by their shareholders to start looking into sustainable and responsible business. So business going forward, we have to take a whole view approach instead of purely based on economic growth, because the other two components matter if they want to survive in the long term. Next. So let us look at the circular economy or making the move. The circular economy could contribute to as much as 11 sustainable development goals. So circular economy is one of the prominent tools to address the SDG. The circular economy holds particular promise for achieving multiple SDGs, at least 11 of it. So SDG 9, you see there, is very related to MIDA core business, while SDG 12 is what the main circular economy trying to solve to achieve other SDGs. So we, MIDA, is ready to be part of the movement, but it must be done right. Next slide. Look at this slide, the circular economic concept. A very interesting concept developed by Eckler and MacArthur Foundation. So the foundation clearly illustrated how circular economy works. It is widely used as a guiding principle for circular economy. So circular economy begins from the design stage. The mindset is to design the products that are not meant to be as a waste later, durable, and able to stay in circulation as long as possible. What is being produced must come back as a secondary material for the next product or production or more products. So the goal is to phase out waste and at the same time reduce virgin material usage, lowering the risk of finite material shortages in the future that can be costly to business and the environment. I believe the technicality of circular economy shall be deliberated in depth by other expert speakers. As for us, being the principal investment agency for Malaysia, we will focus on closing the loop and encourage industries and investors to commit to the cause and also present these investment opportunities in Malaysia that is based on new economic models supported by guided facilitation and incentive. In fact, MIDA added a new unit, namely the Circular Bioeconomy Unit, which helps companies navigate these opportunities, as this requires much focus and covers cross-industry efforts. Next. Look at this slide, interesting slide, an X-ray of the global economy. So the National Geographic has given us a good visualization of our consumption. You see, we convert more than 100 billion tons of raw material every year to products, contributing half of the global CO2 emission. Less than 10% recycles back to the economy. Less than 10%. And 93 billion tons are resources extracted from the earth. Only 10% recycled back to the economy. So it's very good, I would say, graphic for us to understand how serious it is. Okay, next. Malaysia waste generation. So Malaysia produced more than 10 million tons of municipal solid waste every year. Look at 2005, it was 6.9 million. Then 2018, 13.9 million tons yearly. So it's getting more and more. And most of them are, if you look at the other the pie, you see food waste 31%, plastic 76%, paper 21%. And data shows that the growth rate is 4% a year. Look at the other one, recycling rate in Malaysia, 2016 is 17.5, 2017 is 21%, 2018 is 24.6, 2019 is 28.06, and 2020 is 30%. So at 30% recycling rate in 2020, although it's achieved, the target set by the SLB Corp, it is still not enough. Most of the waste will still end up in the landfills. So this is not a problem unique to Malaysia only, but in fact, most of plastic don't get recycled or reused. It's not a problem unique to plastic takes more than 400 years to degrade. So most of it still exists in some form. So based on the National Geographic article, only 12% has been incinerated. Only 12% has been incinerated. Okay, next slide. Closing circular economy gap. There's a various of new industries can be created revolve around circular economy. It will create greater economic activities and job creations. We would like to encourage industry to look into this future economy and collaborate to create the ecosystem and acknowledge the interdependency between stages. Larger companies and energy companies need to accelerate the transition, creating the necessary demand that will allow industries and supporting ones create that infrastructure that will enable a transition. Otherwise, it will always be with the matter of economic viability. It will take time to work, but it is an opportunity worth pursuing, not for this generation alone, but generation to come. Brand owners may also to be responsible for their products. The extended producer responsibility, the EPR, are needed by offering a buyback so that the waste could be collected by the collectors. Fair price mechanism needs to be established to make sure the collection business is economically sound. Next slide. So this slide is about circular economic gap with MIDA incentive. So MIDA has mapped out how the government can support developing industries to close circular economic gap in Malaysia. So various incentives offered to industry if they want to venture into this field. You look at the green color, those activities can be created from the circular economy phases, collection service, cleaning, sterilization. We have these municipal waste processing separation, all powered by RE, we have industry for adoption. On the other side, production of non-toxic material, durable material, waste valorization, and so forth. There so many activities can be churned out from adopting the circular economy, and so many incentives being offered. For example, the recycling, waste recycling activities, the green technology project, green services, waste eco park. These are incentives for that kind of activities. We also offer grant, the smart automation grant, and also the industry forward grant for the adoption of industry 4.0. We also have on the other side R&D incentive, high-tech company incentive, strategic project incentive, green tech incentive, green services, SME incentive, all lot of incentive offered by MIDA. Please do contact us. You can go to our website. We are transparent. Everything is there. So please grab this opportunity. More so, our focus is now to bring investment into green projects. We're talking about investment in green projects. Go next slide. And a major aspect of circular economy for Malaysia is the bio-based front. We could make our bioeconomy circular, hence circular bioeconomy, with the advancement of biotechnology, which is a way to help reduce waste from present industries and agricultural activities. So Malaysia, we have abundance of biomass feedstock to replace fossil fuel-based products in the future gradually. A phased approach and traditional enablers must be also in place. So industries are created through symbiotic relationships where waste streams are channeled as resource or input for another industry. Thus, the word waste to wealth. I will talk about waste to wealth. So MIDA, we currently promote the model and concept circular bioeconomy, and like I mentioned earlier, if we form a dedicated unit to look into this sphere that could serve as one of the frontier industries and the next high growth area for the country. So speaking to our MIDA rep in our foreign countries, serving major markets, the feedback we got is that the external parties in sustainable industries and investments are very interested in these areas. ESG-driven project inquiries have been one of the major highlights for foreign investors, whether on renewable energy, sustainable biofuels, biochemical, and even bio-based end products that are sustainable. As for now, by working with various stakeholders and investors in various parts of the country to deploy this model with local and international partners and investors. Even local financial institutions have reached out to MIDA to understand the opportunities in this space, because they too realize that it is one of the areas of growth that has great potential and, most importantly, meets the need of these financial institutions to support ESG-driven projects as part of their commitment to shareholders. Next. And this slide going bio-based. A very interesting slide produced by that unit in MIDA. This symbiotic concept visualized is what we plan with stakeholders for projects such as the one in Sarawak, that covers the end-to-end spectrum of the model. So the plan is to have the first state-of-the-art biohub port, biohub port in the region, a flagship for our international players and investors alongside local industry players. So the hub will be centered on products such as biofuels, high-value biochemical product, green hydrogen. Now you're talking about green hydrogen, and valuable future bioproducts. So this hub will be centered on products. The important thing is that feedstock will be localized based on waste streams that alone creates great local opportunities for businesses of all sizes, let alone the jobs that would entail later. With the involvement of renowned developers such as Port Rotterdam in Netherlands, we are confident to see this materialize in the near future. Next slide. Now, here are the incentive. Yeah? We have very attractive incentive, 20 to 25 years. First, the pioneer status is an income tax exemption ranging from 70 to 100% for 5 to 10 years. And then you have the option to opt for investment tax allowance, 60 or 100% on qualifying capital expenditure incurred within 5 years. So either or, you either take pioneer status or invest tax allowance. So assuming that you got the pioneer for 10 years, when expired, you can be able to apply for reinvestment allowance for another 15 years. It's a 60% on qualifying capital expenditure incurred for 15 consecutive years. So in total, you might get 25%. And on top of that, we have this customer incentive. You may come up with a new idea, very new idea, high tech. You're first in the world, first of its kind. Then you can come to us, discuss with us, negotiate with us. We can cater for customers' incentive. And down there, we have special incentive for Industry 4.0. Now we have Industry Forward Readiness Assessment Incentive. We have Industry Forward Intervention Fund. We have Industry Utilization Transformation Fund, Mrs. Loan Guarantee Scheme, Incentive for Vendor Development Program, Automation Capital Allowance, Digital Transformation Acceleration Program, Domestic Investment Strategic Fund, High Impact Fund, Smart Automation Grant, and Special Incentive for Electrical and Electronic Industry. So quite big range of incentive offered by MIDA. Next. All these are available in our website. Next one is on the FTA, Gateway to ASEAN Beyond. So we have to leverage on FTA in order to capture bigger market. See, we have 16 free trade agreement, FTA, with other countries. So ASEAN alone is the third largest market in the world with more than 600 million population. We are just behind China and India. And the tariff is at zero for 99% of products. And this region attracts about 11% of global FDI. Can you imagine, we total up, the market population is 3.9 billion people. What a huge market. So that's why we need to leverage on FTA. Next. Next slide. There's a new thing, I think everybody know about this, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, involving 10 ASEAN countries and 5 ASEAN FTA partners. So it's the largest FTA in the world with 2.2 billion population, which represent close to 30% of world population, with GDP of 26.2 trillion US dollar. And it's 30% of world GDP. Can you imagine? And the purpose is to eliminate or reduction of import duties, promote, facilitate, and protect investment realization, to protect IP rights, facilitate e-commerce, and last but not least is the economic and technical cooperation. Next slide. Next slide. So Malaysia, we are centrally located in ASEAN, very strategic, just 2 hours away from Thailand, India, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours to Middle East, to China. So we are very centrally located in ASEAN, very strategic. All these figures, I got it before the pandemic. I hope it's still valid. Go to the next slide. Next slide. So why people come to Malaysia, why you choose Malaysia? We are very blessed. We are multiracial, multicultural, multilingual. Everybody can speak English. Everybody can speak Bahasa Malaysia. Many can speak Mandarin or Urdu or Hindi or other languages. So quite much, it's a good mix. Very rich in culture in Malaysia. We have good food, good life here in Malaysia. Currently, we cannot go for sightseeing because of the lockdown, but later on, I think good time for you to treasure Malaysia, be it local or in islands, in Peninsular Malaysia or Sabah and Sarawak. But in terms of human capital, we rank 25th in the world. We have so many public universities, 20 of them, more than 40 private universities, 10 international universities, 30 private university and colleges, 30 polytechnics, and more than 200 TVET institutions. We have a talent pool here in Malaysia. Next slide. So another information is to let you know, we have the incentive portal. You want to know the list of incentives offered by the government, more than 100 lists of incentives provided by the government. You could go into that portal or iServices portal. So if you are a service provider, you want to supply services to investor, you register free of charge. So it becomes a marketplace for you to connect with the potential investors. And for the service provider, logistics, accounting firm, legal firm, IT services. So you can register free of charge. And the other one is Sets Data. So it's a platform which provide information, the approved investment, for example, by country, by state. We have that information. However, this is not free. You have to purchase. Very minimum. It's just to, on cost basis. Okay, next slide. I think you can connect Maida through Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, maybe. You can follow me, have my own LinkedIn under Khairuddin Rahim. Follow me, have good news about business opportunities and investment. So next slide. So thank you very much. Do contact us in Maida Central. We have the contact number there. Email investmalaysia@maida.gov.my, and that specific division, circular bioeconomy unit, CBE. You can speak to my team here, timothy@maida.gov.my. With that, I thank you very much, and thank you for your patience listening to Maida. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Khairuddin, for all of your insights and sharing your resources on this interesting topic. So, I think our audience members were also very interested as well because we do have some questions for you. Are you ready, Encik Khairuddin?
I'm ready. I go for it.
Okay, cool. So our first question is on your slide for the closing circular economy gap, on closing the circular economy gap with MIDA incentives. Could you explain just a little bit more about the incentives for the green technology projects?
I know people ask this question. Green technology incentive was announced by the government in budget 2014, yeah? With the main objective is to encourage investment in green technology industry on a project basis, either for business purpose or own consumption, yeah? Either business purpose or own consumption, and the adoption of green technology by selected services or system providers. So this incentive is also to support our government target in increasing the share of RE is renewable energy, in the electricity generation capacity mix to 31% by 2025. To 31% by 2025 is also in line with the government's commitment to reduce 45% of greenhouse gas, the GHG emission intensity by 2030. So the green technology incentive consists of this green investment tax allowance. Green investment tax allowance, in short, we call it GITA.
Okay.
Like an Indian name, GITA. So for companies which invest in green technology projects such as renewable energy, energy efficiency, green building, green data center, new kid in the block is green data center, then integrated waste management. So the investment tax allowance is about 100% for qualifying capital expenditure incurred for 3 years from the date of first qualifying capital expenditure incurred. So it's quite technical, yeah. The allowance can be offset against 70% of statutory income in the year of assessment. Don't worry, you can ask me later. Okay. Now, second is the green income tax exemption, or GITE. The first one, GITA, now GITE. It's for companies which undertake green services activities. It's about services. The first one is on capital. This one is on services. It's an income tax exemption of 70% on statutory income for qualifying green services such as engineering, consultancy, advisory,
Sorry,
system
Encik Jalaluddin, did
design.
you say 70%?
70%, yeah,
Yeah,
70.
70%. That's amazing.
Uh, Installation, maintenance, repair, and overhaul, and etc., which related to green technology project. So for detail, you can refer to the guideline published in our website. You contact. There's a division in MIDA dedicated for green. You call it Green Technology Division. Green Technology Division in MIDA. We are there to help you. Okay.
Okay, wonderful. So to the answer to the thank you to the audience members for asking that question. Also, Encik Khairuddin, I apologize
Yeah.
for calling you Jalaluddin earlier. The thing is,
Ah.
earlier before we were going live for the question
Uh-huh.
Q&A, so I did tell Encik Khairuddin that he looks a bit like Jalaluddin Hassan. So for those of you who do not know who Jalaluddin Hassan was, he was a very famous host for a Malaysian TV show called Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Oh, I see.
And his tagline is Jawapan Muktamad, which means, "Is that your final answer?"
Okay.
So I think throughout the questions, maybe I'll ask you if this is your final answer. So, Encik
Alright.
Khairuddin, was that your final answer for question number
Yes,
one?
that's my
Okay.
final answer.
Okay, wonderful. So now you know, audience members at home, you know that's the final answer. But that's not the final question though. So Encik
Okay.
Khairuddin, we still have a few more questions for you. So our next question is okay,
Uh,
so my company is undertaking green services activities and was approved for GITE by MIDA in 2018. So the question is, Encik, is can MIDA help my company to get more clients to use our services and invest in green technology projects?
Very interesting project. Very interesting question as well. Okay, this is my final answer. uh, Currently, MIDA, we have the online portal. I think I mentioned earlier, they call iServices portal. It was launched by our meeting minister in October 2018. So the portal underscores MIDA continued efforts to reinforce the services sector as the main engine of growth for our country, and the government's unwavering commitment to encourage utilization of local services in this country. So we see that we want to encourage investors when they come to this country, use our local services, not to import from overseas. There could be some company they're familiar with the our home country service provider, they continue. But when come here, we encourage them to use local. That's why we create this portal to make sure all local companies please register with us free of charge, and we can network with our potential investor. So this portal, I would say, is a business linkage platform to connect local service providers and their potential client, which consists of both domestic as well as foreign companies. So please register with us. Therefore, I would strongly recommend uh, Malaysian companies, even the one who asked this question, to register with us. It's iService, it's iServices.mida.gov.my.
iServices.mida.
iServices.mida.gov.my.
Okay.
Free of charge. We government, we don't interfere. We just provide the platform so up to business to discuss or negotiate on your business term. All right, that's my final answer.
Thank you. And Sheikh Khairuddin, actually, that's
Yeah.
wonderful. I think a lot of the people who are participating in the conference would love a chance to network with local businesses as well. So I think that's a nice platform that you have there. So thank you so much. Okay.
Contact me through LinkedIn.
So sorry, Encik. We do have a few more questions, just a
All
few
right.
more questions for you.
Uh-huh.
So okay, this one is a pretty straightforward one.
Yeah.
The question is how to make incentive schemes more efficient.
All right, very interesting question. I think a lot of Malaysians ask about incentive. Actually, just to let you know, when we promote investment, incentives only a small part of the promotion effort. We want to come here based on ecosystem. Nevertheless, we see from Malaysian company they need some support. That's why we try to improve. So the government, led by the Ministry of Finance, so we are currently undertaking holistic tax policy study to review matters related to the existing investment incentive scheme. So this is in line with what MIDA has been advocating, that investment incentives should be targeted, not for everybody. It should be time-based and take into cognizance the evolution of technology and innovation. So now we try to look on the technology, based on technology. Thus, a review of the existing system of incentive is timely to ensure that the nation resources used are to yield maximum benefits to the country, modernized and in line with the global best practices. So you have to be modernized and in line with the global best practices. So if any other idea from the audience, from stakeholders, from companies, do write to us. Sometimes there's certain things that we may not be aware, but most of the time, before we come up with incentive, we will have the engagement with the industry players, for example, FMM, SME associations. So whatever we have done is based on collective decision, collective discussion, so we can put this forward to Ministry of Finance for their consideration. So this is a final say.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Encik Khairuddin. Also, all of you audience members at home heard him right. So if you do have any suggestions or anything, do drop it in the comment section or in the chat section of your whichever platform that you're on, and then we'll send it over to Mr. Khairuddin. So we do have two more. I think yeah. So far we have two more questions. I think we have time for two more last questions. The second last question is, and this is the $1 million question. Joking. Uh, this is this is another incentive question as well. And Encik Karidin, you're right.
Okay.
I think they seem to like the incentives. So let's continue with it. So the question is, what are the incentives offered by MIDA for companies adopting Industry 4.0?
What are the incentives offered by MIDA for companies adopting Industry 4.0? Oh, I like this question. I like when Malaysian people asking for Industry 4.0. Because this one is coined by the German. Now everybody is talking about Industry 4.0. In Malaysia, we call it Industry Forward. Industry Forward. Okay, companies that before they apply for the incentive, they will undergo we call it readiness assessment. So they apply through BT. We call it readiness assessment. Those who have undergone this RA, we call it, are eligible to apply for funding by the government through the Intervention Fund or IF, Domestic Investment Strategic Fund, DISF, or High Impact Fund, HIF. So many jargon. No worries. For the proposal on integrating any of the industry forward enabling technology pillars. Outside that, you call it Industry 4.0. For Malaysia, you call it Industry Forward. We like to coin something for Malaysia, Industry Forward. So it means the same thing. So the funds are still available. And applications are to be submitted to MIDA for evaluation and approval. Do apply, please.
Okay, wonderful. Where could they possibly apply? They just go on the website and then from there
Yeah,
they can apply?
everything in the website.
Wonderful.
Uh,
Awesome. Okay, because we have to be tech savvy and we have to be
exactly,
Malaysia forward.
exactly.
So we've got one last question, and this is the real $1 million question. Um, oh, this is nice. What is Malaysia's progress on Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs?
It's quite tough question. Never mind. I like this tough question. It's so that Malaysian
Okay.
people are, very sustainable SDG. Good. So Malaysia, together with other 192 world leaders, we adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at the United Nations General Assembly in New York on the 25th September 2015. This is a global commitment towards a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development with 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and 169 targets. So we, Malaysia, continuously made progress towards this goal. According to the 2021 SDG Index, Malaysia ranked 65th out of 165 countries. So 65th out of 165 countries. So Malaysia continue to make progress with SDG 1, which is reducing poverty, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 9, much related to MIDA, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So industry players are encouraged to adopt sustainable business model, which includes using alternative resources to produce their products. So companies are also encouraged to minimize the degradation of the environment, reduce greenhouse gas emission, promote a healthy life, and increase the use of RE as well as natural resources. So to further support this agenda, the government provides incentives I mentioned earlier. Please do contact us for more information on this. So my final
And they
answer.
can do this. They can do this on the website.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Encik Aridin. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that is all the time that we have. Thank you so much for being here and for enriching us with your information and with your personality. It's been nice and it's been a really fulfilling session. See
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Bye. guys, I hope that you enjoyed our Q&A session with Encik Khairuddin. We will have, however, a short breather, and we will return with our next session, which will be a panel discussion at 11 a.m. If you are interested to find out more about the panel and of the speakers who will be on the panel ahead of time because you like to study, you can scan the QR code on the top right corner of your screen, and you can also go to bit.ly slash oh my god, you know what, it's okay, just scan the QR code. It's easy for you. It's easy for you to do that, and then we will see you at 11. See you guys.
What does it mean for us to do right by our customers? As a bank built on time-tested values, we go beyond providing for their banking needs. We focus not only on their future, but on future generations. It requires that we be robust, resilient, and relevant, just as the bamboo is to Asia. In forging a sustainable future, we help customers steer their wealth to sustainable investments and make a positive impact on those in need. We help businesses advance responsibly by providing sustainable financing and building ecosystems to put renewable energy within reach of all. We foster inclusiveness and environmental well-being through community stewardship. To do right by our customers is our way of forging a sustainable future. For the better for ASEAN. For the better for all. What does it mean for us to do right by our customers? As a bank built on time-tested values, we go beyond providing for their banking needs. We focus not only on their future, but on future generations. It requires that we be robust, resilient, and relevant, just as the bamboo is to Asia. In forging a sustainable future, we help customers steer their wealth to sustainable investments and make a positive impact on those in need. We help businesses advance responsibly by providing sustainable financing and building ecosystems to put renewable energy within reach of all. We foster inclusiveness and environmental well-being through community stewardship. To do right by our customers is our way of forging a sustainable future. For the better for ASEAN. For the better for all.
Welcome back to all our audience members as well as the speakers backstage. I hope that you're back and ready to focus on the important issues facing our green economy as well as to maybe have a little fun as we're doing it. So, without further ado, let's get to it. We will now move on to our next session, which will be our first panel discussion. This panel is joined by powerful and like-minded industry experts who will be discussing the future of wealth management. So let's welcome our panelists. For our first panelist, we have Muhammad Safwan, Senior Vice President, Technology and Innovation, Malaysian Global Innovation and Creativity Centre, also known as MAGIC, who is skilled in strategy, business planning, management, and business development. Safwan heads the Technology and Innovation Division of MAGIC. And next, we have Julia Goh, Senior Economist for UOB Malaysia. Julia is responsible for the UOB Global Economics and Markets Research Team's coverage of Malaysia and is frequently quoted in local and foreign media on the country's economic trends and developments. And our moderator, Andrew Chan, is the Sustainability and Climate Change Leader for PwC Malaysia. Having led over 200 corporate and developmental sustainability engagements across Southeast Asia, including green growth, strategy and economics, supply chain, and risk assessment. Andrew is a key figure in developing the corporate sustainability agenda across the region. And also, for those of you who are tuning in and who are maybe getting excited about this panel session, just a gentle reminder that if you have any questions for our experts, please do post it in the Q&A box or in the comment section on whichever platform that you're on. So, Andrew and the panel are getting ready, so they will be with you shortly.
I'll be your moderator today. Thank you for the kind introductions. So with me, I have Julia as well as Safwan. Let's jump straight into this. So we heard just now from Maida and Khairuddin around some of the kind of description around the circular economy, as well as some of the benefits from it. From another source, the World Economic Forum, we see that possibly the economic benefit transitioning to circular economy model is worth more than $1 trillion US, okay, in material savings with huge potential for innovation, job creation, economic growth. And that's why you heard about some of those stimulus packages from MIDA. So Julia, let's start off with you first, and then we'll get Safwan's views on this as well. But just in your own words, what does circular economy mean to you? And maybe you can share a favorite example just to illustrate the concept.
Okay. Good morning, Andrew, Safwan, and everyone that are listening in. So circular economy, to me, is about consuming and producing in a sustainable way that preserves the environment, right? We make the most out of the parts and the materials that we use, either by reusing or recycling, or even leasing out assets that are underutilized. And that way we reduce the amount of waste that we generate, right? Just as an illustration, Andrew, you produce, I consume, I generate a lot of waste, and Safwan finds a smart way to recycle that waste, and that enables you, Andrew, to use in your production, and then it comes back to me. So that's the circular concept for me. As an example, my favorite example that left a very strong imprint. If you've seen the movie Back to the Future, it's a 1980s movie. For the audience who are young and don't remember it, it's about time traveling. And in one of the shows, the time traveling machine is a car. So it comes back from the future and it runs low on fuel. But to refuel it, it actually stops at one of the homes, picks up garbage, empty cans, throws it in, and then it recycles it to become energy. And so, this movie was in the 80s. And when I saw that, I thought, wow, that was amazing. So for me, that was a very strong, left a very strong imprint on me back then. Yeah.
Thank you, Julia. Let's go to our own Marty McFly, Safwan.
Hi, Assalamualaikum, and a very good morning to all. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, The Star, and thank you, UOB, for inviting me, and the audience also for joining us today. Well, Julia started off with an interesting movie. So I'll add a movie later, but first in terms of how I had a lot of reading, especially after the first call with Andrew about preparing for this. Shifting away from the linear economy to a circular economy, the make waste, like what Julia mentioned, to take make, yeah. So basically taking the waste out of the equation. And I think since Julia brought in the example of Back to the Future, I don't think I was born yet. But I associate more with WALL-E. Yeah, if you see the cartoon WALL-E, the robot, yeah, who was left on Earth doing stacking piles and piles of waste, yeah, and that got me thinking: is that the world which is Earth in 30 or 40 years time? And that's a scary thought. Yeah. So some examples that I would like to offer here today, we have affordable abodes. Yeah, they are developing actually housing, rural communities planting kanaf and using kanaf as an alternative eco-friendly building material. Yeah, the traditional indigenous organic farmers as well, who is doing a regenerative economy by composting agro waste. Another example is Earth, one of the few startups in Malaysia that's targeting electronic waste by recycling electronic waste and contributing back into the manufacturing process. So that's my take.
Thank you for that. So we've had some futuristic takes on that. I actually have a favorite example, so I'm going to add that in because to me it was a light bulb moment. Um, this is an electronics company, global electronics company. A big part of its business is also making light bulbs, and it does also make those giant industrial sized light bulbs that go in the top of factories and stuff like that. So when they applied the circular principles, they stopped selling light bulbs and they started selling light. So that whole let there be light, they basically had a service level agreement to provide light. So it then became in their interest to say, if our filament blows in the light bulb, how do we replace, swap out that light bulb ASAP? And what do we do with the old bulb? Are we able to repurpose that very quickly? So you design the light bulb not for single use, but for multiple usage. Okay, so that to me was a light bulb moment. That's why I like that example. Um, let's, sorry, funny joke for what you will get.
No, no,
So,
like copy.
so now you're all going to remember that example as well. But if you do that, that's part of our job done. So let's move on to the second question. So we have talked about this circularity as part of that. We have seen the growth of the sharing economy in recent years, okay, whether that's vehicles or other things, but it's gaining more traction. So this raises the question about, going even more holistic on circular economy. Do you even need to own the product? What is the need around that? And in so challenging this paradigm, it's potentially going to open up new opportunities for these business models we may not have even thought about yet. At the same time, it's going to disrupt incumbents. So if we just kind of stick on that vehicle car sharing perspective, what is that going to do to the traditional car distributors and resellers, for example, if we're going to go on a low ownership model? Okay, so I'm going to go back to Julia on this, just to start us off. But from your perspective, what do you feel are industries that could be ripe for disruption from the circular economy? And the second part is, do you feel Malaysian companies will be disrupted or will be the disruptors?
I think both. There are many traditional industries that may be disrupted if they do not change their business models. This is due to new technology, new business practices, and potential regulations, because we are seeing more governments, investors, financial institutions, and insurance companies that may require better disclosure on how companies manage climate and ESG-related risks. So in the near term, vehicles aside, other industries such as plastics, fashion, and food are more likely to be impacted or disrupted, partly because of growing pressure from regulators and consumers. We are seeing a growing generation of consumers that think deeper about climate and sustainable issues. We also see a new generation of companies that are thinking about these changes and embracing the opportunities that cut across many different industries. So I think that definitely the way that we think about things, about businesses, is a risk, but it's also an opportunity as well.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Safwan, if we go to you, and do you have any specific industries that you can note for those who may want to invest?
Thanks, Andrew. Well, you were talking about, Julia was and yourself just now when you were discussing, a light bulb moment happened to me as well. Perhaps Malaysia, perhaps Sarawak, where started circular economy with the Rumah Panjang, it's sort of like shared basis, shared facilities, shared homes. Just a quick thought there. anyway, I think in terms of the disrupted industries, I started by looking in terms of what are the wastes that where we see on a daily basis. Yeah, plastic is number one. Yeah, perhaps not seen as much would probably be clothing disrupted. Yesterday, I saw a documentary on a Dutch company who's producing a polyester material that you can make into clothing 8 times, yeah, recycled, no waste, minimal in terms of water usage as well. I think automotive companies, you're looking at car leasing. As car get more smarter these days, yeah, then you'll question whether or not do I need a house with a car park, or could I just order the car and the car will just come to my house and pick me up? Yeah. So with autonomous vehicle, hopefully we're not that level 5 yet. Yeah. Maybe one day. Also looking at industries such as packaging. Yeah. And the whole supply chain. I mean, do we really need? I mean, nowadays the good thing is that I'm starting e-commerce. To buy things online. Yeah. And one thing that I observe is that the amount of waste that comes with it. Okay, I receive a cardboard box. That's great. Yeah. But what is inside the cardboard box? Then you have bubble wraps, plastic packaging. Yeah. So what do you do with it? Yeah. You can't stuff it into your home or your room or make it into a mattress. So eventually it finds its way into the garbage bin. Yeah. So this is concerning. So I hope that there'll be a use of maybe some reusable material as well for modern packaging. Yeah. In terms of it is what industries are ripe for disruption. That's the example of some industries that are ripe for disruption. Whether Malaysian companies will be disrupted as well as disrupted, I agree with Julia. It's going to be both. Yeah. I feel that those who would not adapt or change will be disrupted. And I also see based on the companies, some of the examples shared earlier, that we have more and more startups who are engaging, who are more passionate about circular and regenerative economy, and they're going to take the lead in it, and they're going to be the disruptor. Yeah. And also, I think government also introduced a lot of new policies and relevant policies as well. Ministry of Environment and Water. Yeah. Malaysia's roadmap towards single-use plastics, for example. Yeah. And we are doing our part as well at Magic with our Social Impact Challenge Accelerator. Yeah, we are working with Selangor Maritime Gateway to promote upcycling river waste to wealth. So there's a lot of things happening right now, Andrew. Yeah. Back to summarize it is we're going to be both disrupted and disruptor.
Thank you, Safwan. So I'm actually going to stick with you since you did segue to Magic as well. But before we get there, just seeding a fun fact, because you did talk about plastics and Malaysia. So the stats that we've seen is that just under 50%, so 48% of all the revenue for plastics consumed in Malaysia, 48% of that is related to packaging. Okay, so that's a significant component. So related to that point you just highlighted, Safwan. But let's come back to Magic. So, Magic is building a social innovation ecosystem. What have you seen, or what are you doing within Magic to cultivate this community of innovators to address environmental and social concerns?
Sure. I just got to share this fact, something that I came across. They fished out 67 metric tons of waste out of Sungai Klang, and most of it is actually related to plastic. Add on to your fun fact, yeah. So I think in terms of through our social innovation team, yeah, we are trying to build a new generation of startup. Yeah. So we know about tech startups, but we're talking about social startups. Yeah. And we have program integrated into our capability development, right? From massive online learning, bootcamp, workshops. Yeah. Because we want to make sure that the next generation of entrepreneurs that come out of Magic is not only concerned about profit. Yeah. is not only concerned about shareholders. You need to talk. You need to think about stakeholders, and you think society at large. Yeah, and we need to know also take into account the impact to environment. Yeah. So these are the things that we're doing. We're actually integrating this into our program, into our modules. Yeah, capability development modules, and I just like to add more examples of the entrepreneurs that have come out, or the ones that we work with. Yeah, dealing with waste and dealing with circular economy. May I do so, Andrew?
Yes, please feel free to
Okay.
expand there.
Yeah. So, I mean, with regards to these are some examples, and there are plenty more examples. I urge the audience to go in and look up in the internet regarding this social enterprise, fashion waste. Yeah. Example, there is a social enterprise called Suri. Yeah, that's empowering B40 mothers in upcycling jeans, material waste into bags. Yeah, or plastic waste. Like BGBG, upcycling plastic banners, seat belts into fashion accessories. Yeah, you look good, you feel good as well. Yeah, food waste, warming up, bioloop, follow farm, and some examples in terms of upcycling food waste. Electronic waste, we mentioned earlier, earth. Yeah, regarding recycling electronic waste. Unused oil, cooking oil, belly gas, and oil linen, example of recycling and upcycling household use oil, again, to prevent land or river pollution. Yeah, so these are some examples. It's already happening. It's just that we perhaps have not heard much from these companies, and not much visibility has been given.
Excellent. Thank you, Safwan. I think that's just useful, just little plug for the rest of the conference. I think BGBG as well as Heng Hiap are lined up to share. So to your example there, Safwan, a lot of upcycling done by BGBG as a social enterprise, and then Heng Hiap heavily focused around plastics recovery and recycling. So I think those will be very interesting stories for those in the audience who are keen to hear more specifically from companies involved there. But I'm now gonna switch towards financing. So our session is around investment and innovation. So I'm gonna direct this towards Julia first, but let's talk about financing this circular economy. So our new businesses will struggle to grow if they don't get the financing. But in terms of opportunity size, Asian Development Bank has highlighted that for us to kind of grow around the 5 green growth priorities, including circular economy, we're going to need 172 billion US dollars in capital investment. This would actually create around 30 million jobs. Okay, so we can also see the shift in the US under the Biden administration, big growth on green growth and the number of new jobs being created there as well. But it's been cited from other studies that the biggest barrier to this growth is the lack of capital. Okay, so the interesting thing to note is then, as part of UOB's regional strategy, a circular economy is one of your 3 sustainable finance frameworks, along with smart cities and real estate. Okay, so just kind of now coming back to the points we were discussing earlier, Julia, if you could share, why is UOB bullish about the circular economy now, given that many other financial institutions are still looking at risks when it comes to environmental and social aspects, but you're clearly now looking at opportunities in a growing sector. So first of all, why are you interested in that? And then what else needs to happen for others to get on board?
Okay, thanks for the question, Andrew. We are bullish because the existing circularity gap offers significant business opportunities for new and better growth. Our global economy is estimated to be only 9% circular. So circular economy can be a strong value driver for businesses. So allow me to expand on these 3 points that you asked about: the value we can create, firstly; secondly, the regulatory landscape; And thirdly, to share with you what UOB has been doing. So firstly, the transition to a circular economy could generate 4.5 trillion US dollars in annual economic output by 2030. Much of the value in circular economy can be achieved in Asia, where there is rapid industrialization and urbanization and strong growth. But to achieve such high rates of growth, many of these countries have become large consumers of minerals, biomass, and fuels, and as a result, generate enormous amount of waste. So in order to prevent wastage, companies have to rethink how products are designed, made, and used to prevent waste. And this leads to new innovation and cost-saving opportunities. So secondly, the regulatory landscape is also evolving. For example, the EU introduced a plastics tax for non-recycled plastic package waste earlier this year. Right? In Malaysia, the government has also launched a roadmap towards zero single-use plastics. Right? I think a few years ago, because of awareness that the government is looking for revenue enhancing measures, there was a rumor that the government may also talk about a pollution tax. So given the increasing regulatory requirements, we are seeing many FMCG companies starting to incorporate a high degree of recycled content in their packaging and committed to increasing the recyclability of their packaging to 100%. So I think this presents a promising market for businesses across the entire plastic value chain. So that's just an example. So finally, what UOB has been doing. So for institutions like us, we have a critical role to play in scaling up financing and accelerating the shift towards circular business models. UOB is capitalizing on this momentum to accelerate the circular economy transition, to meet the growing needs of our customers. Right? We have introduced the Green Financing Framework for Circular Economy in 2019 to support various activities that extend useful life of products, that support the circular economy ecosystem. For example, we developed the Plastics Recyclers Ecosystem Financing, and under this framework, it helps to facilitate the growth of plastic recycling. The financing solutions aim to address green financing needs for both buyers and suppliers in the entire ecosystem. We have worked closely with plastic recyclers, converters, and integrated collectors, provided them with a full suite of products that cover working capital and equipment financing, because a lot of this is expensive, and this helps to increase the supply of recycled plastics. We also offer buyers financing for plastic recycling ecosystem solutions for end-use companies that consume recycled plastics. And through this solution, we aim to offload their capex requirements and tight working capital to promote the adoption of recycled plastics. And last and finally, UOB Malaysia has also been working closely with the Malaysian Plastic Manufacturers Association since 2016 to build awareness and help over 700 business members who are plastic recyclers gain access to UOB sustainable financing.
Okay, thank you for sharing that, Julia. And there's clearly big focus around the plastic part of the circular economy there, which, as we've heard, is a big problem. Safwan, I'm going to come to you, but before I do that, I'm just going to follow up with Julia, just around this perspective around making finance available, potentially removing capex burden for some of these companies or entrepreneurs. So there has been a lot of talk about more ESG focused companies get lower cost of capital. And then we've had companies in this part of the world saying, you know, that's more of a Western thing. We're not seeing that. But in the last year or so, we're hearing banks as well as companies saying, okay, we're seeing things like sustainability linked loans. We're getting better capital. So do you think that is a continuing trend and pervasive enough? And is it something that companies that are in this circular economy sector will just get better cost of capital?
Currently, the cost of financing is similar for both green and non-green clients. But we expect that over time, non-green clients who lag in their ESG performance may face higher cost of capital, especially with the changes in the regulation, and also with the advent of the TCFD, the Task Force for Climate Change and Financial Disclosures. So from my understanding, all UOB clients are currently subjected to standard ESG due diligence. And for those considered to be high-risk ESG sectors, they are required to meet more stringent requirements by enhanced ESG checks.
Okay, thanks for that, Julia. I'm going to switch to Safwan now, just to give us the other perspective. So working with companies that seek financing to scale up. So Safwan, could you share your views around, there are critiques that potentially the financial services industry might be greenwashing a little bit. Some may say a lot, and making false claims about the sustainability of products and just relabeling existing things. So just from your perspective or the broader Magic perspective, what's the experience that you've seen in the companies that you support in being able to get access to capital or more affordable capital to drive ESG or the circular economy growth?
Thanks, Andrew. So I think your earlier statement got me thinking, with regards to are they simply greenwashing or making false claims? I took marketing as part of my MBA, and then we learned about marketing and fluff, in terms of how do you stretch or flex. But I think it's I have to say that there are people who are perhaps not really practicing sustainability, but I would like to focus on the positive. I think the importance of ESG, has taken root. I think people are thinking more and more about sustainability right now. Perhaps if not now, but at least after today's session, got a lot more audience thinking about circular or regenerative economy. I think, and moving on to your second portion in terms of experience working with startups and get for them to get affordable capital. I think capital here just will broaden up a bit in terms of funding, in terms of resources in order for them to be able to scale up. I will comment on that. So I would say that the government has been very serious in terms of taking initiative on circular as well as regenerative economy. You can certainly see that Magic being part of under MOSTI, and we're also a recipient of the Penjana budget, and we have actually crafted our social impact matching grant, that helps match donation crowdfunding collected by social startups as a means to actually help fund their initiatives. You also see what we call as impact investment, the program that I mentioned earlier, which is called the Magic Social Impact Challenge Accelerator, or SICA in short. We work with impact investors like Khazanah, and Citrine Capital. We cover problem statement. What are the challenges, and then we attract the social startups involved or related to the field to solve relevant social environmental issues, detrimental to the nation. We also see financing like MyCIF P2P financing scheme under MOF Securities Commission, that provides one-to-one matching P2P lending to SEs with zero interest, making it cheaper for social enterprise to borrow. There is the Green Technology Financing Scheme under MOF, Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA. And we also heard Encik Khairuddin, the Deputy CEO of MIDA, spoke about Gita and Gita, this morning, about again supporting the cause. We also I just wanted to highlight that these are some of the examples. Just want to throw in as well another additional example in terms of what we are doing at Magic. We are supporting, we are leading, we for the Buy for Impact movement. So this is for conscious consumption in terms of matching opportunities as well as exposure for social enterprise to access the market capitals. from retail consumers as well as for retail consumers as well as corporates. So I would say that the capital is there. The challenge would perhaps be related to what all entrepreneurs are facing. Do I have do I have that level of awareness? Do I have that visibility? Yeah. And I also see the need that, having heard what Julia and you have just shared, I think that one of the greatest challenge still, it would be how do we help to match the challenge owner as well as the solution provider to really make this circular economy work. Yeah, that is something that I have to think about tonight. Okay, back to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Safa. I think you'll be thinking about it for many nights, actually. But that's the value of conferences like this is we get to share perspectives, we get to hear different perspectives, and we get to mold our views as well. Before we move on, so I'm just checking questions from the audience as well. So there's a related question around financing. So let's address that before we move on, and then we'll tackle any other questions coming up from the audience later as well. So Julia, coming back to you around the financing side of things. So this question from the audience is that, are there financing frameworks that banks use to hold companies accountable to drive or encourage circularity? So I think this is linked to many questions we also hear about. What ESG frameworks should we be using if we want to access capital or better cost of capital? Are you able to share on that one?
Well, I mean, I can share what I mentioned earlier. We do have our own set of criteria to assess which are the more higher risk ESG sectors and the ones that perform better. So there is an existing criteria. But I also understand that at the higher level, regulators, central banks are also looking at perhaps a more standard way for financial institutions, perhaps even insurers, to capture this risk, whether it's a climate risk, it's a transition risk, into how we assess, whether it's financial institutions, it's companies, going forward. And perhaps Andrew, you may be able to share more about this, for example, like the taxonomy, guidelines and so forth. From what I read, I think New Zealand has been one of the few that has actually recently compelled all financial institutions and insurers to consider climate risks, I suppose ESG related risks into their disclosures. So I think they from what I read, they were one of the first to look into this. And going forward, I think as regulators develop a standard way of looking at it, I think it will be the path going forward, and something that if companies, existing and those that are looking to embark on new opportunities really need to consider as part of their business models, and especially when they are seeking financing.
Yeah, thank you, Julia. So I'd say one of the complications here, and whether it's related to financing or just beyond, is that we often talk about the alphabet soup of sustainability frameworks out there. So earlier you mentioned TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. Through Bursa Malaysia, we're pretty much using the GRI, Global Reporting Initiatives framework as well. We've seen earlier this year BlackRock, the world's largest asset manager, saying that its investee companies need to report using TCFD, as well as SASB, Sustainable Accounting Standards Board. So that's just a handful. So part of that is just getting clarity. I guess financial institutions need to be clear what are the frameworks they'll be looking at for the companies that want to borrow or raise capital through them, and just signpost that so that there is clear direction for companies to respond to that. And that's one of the challenges we're looking at overall. Okay, I'm going to move on, and then we're going to tackle some of the additional questions that are coming in from the audience. So the final bit before we just move on to the questions from the audience, it's relating to Industry 4.0, because we just had this released in Malaysia. I think it was last month, the 4IR roadmap. Now it includes whizzy things, and it makes Back to the Future look like it's, well, okay, not in terms of generational, but it's not yet an archive footage. But we talk about things like Internet of Things, data analytics, robotics, things called additive manufacturing. We've seen things like 3D printed houses coming up, or 3D printed medical parts are being produced. So it's a very interesting future. But this transition towards Industry 4.0 is potentially able to accelerate and support circular economy concepts. Okay, so things like 3D printing, the waste is reduced significantly. It's designed specifically for purpose, right? For things like that. So with the advent of this, we're also seeing things like climate technology. Just the growth around that has it's gone up 3,750% since 2013. So if you were an investor in that, you've done very well. I don't think many of us did, though. So Safwan, I'm going to direct this to you and then see if Julia has views to add on to this. So you've actually supported many businesses who've actually scaled up successfully. I don't know if you've got ones that have gone 3,750%, but many of yours have scaled up successfully. If you just reflect on those and bottle it into a secret sauce, what would you say are those ingredients that entrepreneurs have that have managed this successful transition from entrepreneur and startup into a more scaled up business?
Wow. Yeah. There's two very big statements there. I mean, I would like to comment on your earlier statement as well. Yeah, with regard to the national 4IR framework policy, as well as the secret sauce. Yeah. I think for the first one, I think that it got me thinking in terms of the horse and the cart analogy. Yeah. When we talk about technology and we talk about sustainability, I read a quote yesterday: if you think that the profit is more important than environment, try counting your money while holding your breath. So yeah, I couldn't get past 60 seconds. So and now thinking about technology is, I think it's a means to an end. I think that end should be sustainability. That end should be circular economy or regenerative economy, something that is doing good for stakeholders, the world, yeah, society. And I think this is critical. And I think that we need to be able to harness technology. That is absolutely correct. Yeah, we got artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. You know, what are we using those technology for? Yeah, we have to think beyond ourselves. I'm thinking about my daughter's children. Yeah, our grandchildren, the earth that they will inherit from me. I think that is what gets me going. Yeah, and I think this is why, coming back to the secret sauce that you mentioned earlier. Well, it is not really a secret sauce, but this is what we do on a daily basis, 24/7, 365 days at Magic. Yeah, when we engage entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, the things that we want to impart with them is, again, as highlighted earlier, it's not just about profit. Yeah, it is about doing good to your stakeholder. So the first thing I would start that they need, the ingredient they need to have, is they need to have the heart and passion to do good. Yeah, that would be number one. Yeah, but having the heart without having the skills is no good either. So you need to have the know-how and skills. And these are the things that we at Magic, to our programs, our academy programs. Yeah, I would like to share also, if we have time later, about our National Technology and Innovation Sandbox, which is our sandbox program, which is really cool. Yeah, again, capability is important. Yeah, we got workshops, bootcamp, accelerators that we actually embed element of circular economy in it as well. Yeah, and we actually put it as a module. Know who, yeah, is the supportive ecosystem. This is also what we try and help to magic to our alumni, our contacts in corporates as well as government. We line them up, we link them, the challenge owner as well as the solution provider, the conducive and supportive environment. So I mentioned a bit just now about the sandbox. So the sandbox concept, it allows innovators with technology that's not yet been proven, but at technology readiness level 6, to give them the environment so that they can stress test their product and services, yeah, to work with real customers, challenge owners out there. And at the same time, government provides funding as well, yeah. So there are various kind of funding. Those who are interested, please look up sandbox.gov.my. Yeah, it's all stated there. Yeah, I think it's not really a secret sauce. It's actually, Andrew, but those are the things I find critical for an entrepreneur to have. Yeah, so it's no longer a tech entrepreneur or a social entrepreneur. It's like the future entrepreneur will need to have that, as what I've heard you and Julia mention just now. BlackRock, yeah, if they want to get international kind of VC, these are the kinds of criteria that they need to meet. So which means it starts now. No, actually it doesn't start now. It starts back then.
Fantastic. Thank you, Safwan. So I am going to go to Julia to see if you want to add on to that, but I'm just going to flag, we've got a couple of questions from the audience that I think we can link onto your response. So they were specifically focusing on SMEs and how SMEs can adopt the circular economy model without negatively impacting bottom lines in the current pandemic environment. Do you have perspectives around that? So at the same time, we're talking about getting through the pandemic for SMEs, but also being able to then scale up these innovations.
Sure. Actually, SMEs, they are the backbone of the economy. We all know that, and that's why I think this period has been very difficult for SMEs, who actually drive the economy. And if we are looking seriously at moving on this circular economy journey, you need the support, or you need that whole supply chain to be supported by SMEs. That's why it's imperative. Going forward as part of the 12 Malaysia plan, government needs to really think about how they can bring SMEs into this area. So as far as incentives are concerned, I think going forward, there should be more, right? At the moment, there are some incentives for SMEs, but a lot of it is tech related. But then tech related can also be climate tech. So it's a very broad area. So there are incentives, and going forward, I think there should be more, right? In line with the 12 Malaysia plan, and also as part of cultivating new and growing new growth areas. Now, for the SMEs, I think at the core of it, you have to understand why you are doing it. You have to think about the implications of our actions, right? Don't think of it in just one area. You have to think of it more broadly. As I say, a circular way, right? I give an example. We are throwing out so much food every day, right? I've thought about it. Can we design a system that tracks that, and even tracks the plastic that we throw out, and then somehow a system that makes use of that waste for better use, right? It sounds a lot simpler than it is, but technology is there, right? It can help you to harness harness that technology and direct it towards addressing climate change. So when you can do it, you find it, you scale it, you can even make it profitable, right? So actually, it's not to say that these kind of circular economic concepts are not profitable. In fact, we've seen in some countries, a lot of it are more developed countries. And you don't have to go far. You look at Korea, they have models, eco-industrial park models, where they have built the eco-industrial parks, and they've managed to chalk up economic gains of over $665 million between 2005 and 2020. So it shows that there is value in quality circular investments that benefit society, the environment, and at the same time make money. So the ideas are there. Of course, they are new and perhaps some may need to be brought in, even work with foreign investors, foreign partners who are more developed in this area. But it's definitely a new generation of ideas and investments that will help propel, Malaysia's growth in the near and distant future.
Thanks, Julia. And we're going to stick on this theme because we have some additional questions also related to this. But Safwan, maybe I can direct back to you on this one. But again, still related. So obviously the pandemic is weighing on the minds and wallets of everyone, especially our SMEs. So the question is focused around, does Magic have any initiatives or investments to support for-profit startups in developing circular solutions? Now, this question is specific to plastic, but I think you can keep that open to circular. I think you touched upon things like the sandbox and so on earlier. Do you want to expand on just what Magic has available?
Definitely. Of course, those who are interested, I would invite you over to our website. Yeah, then you can view the programs that we have. I think there may be a misconception in terms of people feel that social enterprise shouldn't be generating profit. Yeah, I think profit is important. You have to sustain. You are going to eat. You are going to drink. Yeah, it's just that how do you actually get that profit, and how you actually invest a certain amount of that profit back into a society or environment. So we do have programs. Our programs are focused on both the tech startups or the for-profit startups as well as social enterprises as well. Yeah. So we have our academy team, we have our social innovation team. I also overlook the sandbox teams as well. Yeah. And just to give you an example in terms of putting innovation and technology together. Yeah. So I think now what we want is the new the startups to have that innovation led or innovation driven solution that tackles the issues regarding environment and society. I think that once you have your why, I like to use Simon Sinek's why. Once you have your why correct, in your heart in the right place and your North Star charted, I think it's you will get returns. Yeah, and I think that But coming back to the question, I would invite any startups, not just startups, even corporates as well, to come and reach out to us. Yeah, and see what we have to offer. As I shared earlier, our Social Impact Challenge Accelerator is working with both social startups as well as corporates. Similarly, our sandbox as well. Yeah. So not only startups, I invite corporates as well to come and engage Magic.
Thank you so much, Safwan. I think we have time for just one final question. Julia, this is related to the financing point, but let me know if it's too specific or if it should be directed to some of your colleagues who are doing the financing. But there's a question around UOB operating across Malaysia, Singapore. So the question's around, would you provide this sort of financial support for Malaysian companies operating in Singapore? So is this a Malaysia only thing, or we saw the circular economy policy is for UOB Southeast Asia. So is it same for Singapore?
I think it's regional, right? But again, that's it. I probably should refer this question to my colleagues who are specialists in this. But broadly, it ought to be regional. But we do have an FDI unit, and that unit actually helps to support companies across our different subsidiaries, to cross and to do regional investments. So I'm sure that that unit actually can assist. So if there are any interest, is there any interest inquiries, that probably is the right unit, the UOB FDI unit, to assist on that matter.
All right. So I say get in touch with whether it's UOB or your preferred bank, and even if they don't have this, it is worth asking, because the more banks clear about the demand, then the more pressure there is for them to, whether it's follow and do something similar to UOB, but basically to make these more available. Okay, I think we have time to squeeze in one more question because a flurry of questions just came in. But let's quickly take one. I think, Safwan, this is something you'll find enjoyable to answer. Could you share ways that Magic plans to mold the new breed of entrepreneurs to focus on circular economy or sustainability? I know very clearly you were talking about you need to balance socio-economic impact as well as technological response and growth. How are you going to mold the next gen or the new entrepreneur?
That's a loaded one. It's a good question. I think in terms of how we're going to mold, again, it's about collaborate. Is it working in collaboration, right? So Magic will come in. We are working with the startups, and of course, we need to work with the government as well. So one way of actually molding is, as I've mentioned, shared earlier as well, is through our programs. Yeah, we are really embedding the importance of social startups, sustainability, circular economy into our programs. That has to weave in from day one. I think that kind of awareness, the realization in terms of the time for action is not now, is actually yesterday. Yeah. And we might feel that we're doing okay, yeah, we're doing our part. I didn't throw out 2 plastic bottles today, for example, but you got to look that the Great Pacific Garbage Patch is already 1.6 million square kilometers, and that's back in 2020. Yeah, so time for action is it's like yesterday, last year. So this we embed all of this lesson knowledge into the programs, the modules. We engage our startups as well as our corporates. Yeah, we preach about it, we talk about it, and we take action about it. So I think this is one way we are actually helping to mold. It's not just teach, not just preach, but actually do ourselves as well. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Safwan. So, Julia, just going to go to you for any final closing thoughts, and then just quickly from Safwan as well.
Well, I think the global economy is estimated to be only 9% circular. So that leaves a massive circularity gap. And that means there is tremendous opportunity to do more. Malaysia spent only 2.9 billion in 2019 on environmental protection, 7% higher than the year before, but it's still only 0.2% of our 1.5 trillion economy. A lot of it is spent on pollution and waste management, 70% OPEX, 30% CAPEX. So again, going back, reaffirming that there is a lot of opportunity here. If we look at the models adopted in other countries, as what I said earlier, in Korea, there is value in circular investments. They help us to do good, make good, and also make money as well. And just going back to your earlier question, yes, my colleagues have confirmed we do have regional solutions for this. So yes, the financing is there. So yeah, I think if you are thinking about embarking on this journey, definitely the right path to go.
Thank you, Julia. And Safwan, just final thoughts, 30 seconds.
Final thoughts. Something came to mind about Chinese proverb, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The next best time is now. I think that speaks a lot in terms of what we are discussing here today, regarding circular economy and regenerative economy and sustainability. Do not take it as a check in the box. You do not take it as something that you do as a greenwashing. It has to be really integrated. It starts with the board. It starts with the management. It trickles down to the team. It's something that you not just have on the wall, but also planted in your heart as well. I think that captures it.
Thank you. That's a very nice visual there. So I would like to thank both Julia, Safwan for sharing your perspectives. Also to the STAR and UOB for hosting this event. I will leave you with something that I think is quite apt, just as a quote to recap. So this is from PwC's own global circular economy lead. His quote is, "If one man's trash is another man's treasure, leaving a product to end up in landfill is equivalent to burying the treasure and then losing the map." So I'll leave you with that as another takeaway. Again, thank you all for sharing your views, and thank you to the audience for all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Andrew, Julia, and Safwan for such a great discussion and a reminder that circular economy principles are not only desired but also imminently important. But that is not all. We still have another panel discussion, and I know some of you guys might be thinking about lunch, but it's okay. It's a digital conference, so why don't you have lunch with us? Because I think that you will love the next and final panel discussion for the day. The topic will be on reshaping the industrial ecosystem with the circular economy. So let's welcome our panelists or your lunchmates. Our first panelist is Andy Loh, founder and managing director of Green Bulb Energy. With over 15 years of experience in the seaport industry, Andy is determined to mark Green Bulb Energy as one of the best seaport crane experts in the world. Next, we have BK Sinha, a council member of the Malaysian Green Building Council. BK is a respected thought leader and mentor in many notable sustainable projects in Malaysia, Maldives, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Our third panelist is Sia Kin Ho, founder and chief executive officer of Heng Hiap Industries. Established in 2002, Heng Hiap has been at the forefront of developing and innovating plastic recycling technology. And finally, but not least, our moderator, Mr. Fadli Bakhtia, is a program director of EcoNights. And Fadli is a strategist by profession and a creative producer by passion. So for those of you at home, please don't be shy to ask our solar power packed panel any questions. Drop them in the chat or in the comment section, and the panel will do their best to address them. I would also like to thank all of you guys who sent in your questions from the last panel discussion. Thank you so much for engaging with us. Speaking of the panel, our panel is almost ready and will be with you shortly. Bye, guys.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Fadli Bakhtia, and I am the Program Director of Econites, and I will be moderating the sessions today. The topic of for today, and we have here three of a very prominent people, Mr. Andy Low, Mr. BK Sinha, and Mr. Chen Ho. Thank you so much for being here. And without further ado, I would like to invite all of you to the session today, which is reshaping the industrial ecosystem with the circular economy. Okay, I think it would be better for us to introduce Mr. Andy Low first, to perhaps share a little bit about the business you are, your core competency, for the benefit of the audience. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Fadli. I am Andy Low, founder and managing director of Greenbulb Energy. So Greenbulb's core competence is into port industry consultancy and to modernize, upgrade, retrofit huge and complex cranes in port cities across Asia Pacific, thus increasing its life cycle, performances, and optimization of energy efficiency. Well, according to the statistics last year, 2020, by IMO, International Maritime Organization, the CO equivalent emission totals to amount of 1 billion tons. Well, that's a huge amount. And that accounts for 3% of the total CO emission in the world. I just give you an example. To bring a 20-footer container from Hamburg to Port Klang, you roughly emit around 20 tons of CO equivalent. So just to share my understanding of a circular economy in the port cities itself, I think the ultimate goal is to accomplish zero waste. So, but that is not only in the port cities, but it's true across other industries itself. So what do we do? We have to identify the strategies. Two very clear acute problem that is impacting the global warming and of course the carbon emission itself. So the strategies here is to reduce them, and I'll be talking more about the available technologies. Of course, we have to identify the waste, but how do we convert them to useful energy, and by reducing the combustion oil or using hybrid solutions that is available right now, which is using the lithium-ion batteries to convert waste to energy. And of course, we have another more advanced technology right now, which is quite popular in Europe, using ultracapacitor, and probably use LNG to replace fuel oil for burning vessels. So this is our key approach. And probably later, I'll be talking more on how do we use the tools that is available to convert this waste into real energy. So to achieve the circular economy of ultimate zero waste. Back to you, Fadli. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Andy. That was a very good introduction, and I'm looking forward to, to ask and to learn more from you. And again, I would like to invite our second panel, Mr. BK Sinha, who I've known for many years. Welcome to you. If you would like to share a little bit about yourself and the context of our discussion for today.
Sure. Thank you very much, Fadli, and thank you very much, Star Media and the sponsors for having all of us. It's a great opportunity and a very, very good topic in order to open our minds to what is to come in the very near future. In fact, for some countries, it's already here, circular economy. So I represent the Malaysia Green Building Council. We are an NGO. We've been around since 2009. We are established members of the World Green Building Council. The World Green Building Council has got members in 70 odd countries around the world. And the World Green Building Council has got an official side event at every COP called World Buildings Day, and we all report our progress within inverted commas, in the building and construction industry, transforming it from business as usual to sustainable, to the World Green Building Council for them to consolidate and report to the UNFCCC for policy considerations in the COP deliberations. Here in Malaysia, we have quite a few remarkable milestones which we've achieved. One of them is the introduction of low VOC paints that was initiated by us. We also run a directory called Green Pages Malaysia, where if you want to develop any building which is aiming for any green certification, you can choose your products, or you can get a reference to what sort of products would give you what sort of points in your green building. That's the kind of work we do. Advocacy, we lobby government for policy changes and incentives. We got 2 incentives for the adopting Green Building Index, which is our recognized tool, tax incentives from the government, which has evolved but still in existence until today. Circular economy is going to play an integral and pivotal role in the building and construction industry. Just imagine. In fact, you don't have to imagine. If you look at some countries in Europe, they're already doing it. If we can grow trees to absorb carbon and use wood to lock into buildings for between 50 and 100-year life cycle, and then at the end of life stage, extract that wood and manufacture it into other products which will have another 20 or 30 years. And finally, if we add that 50 years to the 30 years, we got 80 years use, and after 80 years, if indeed that wood was to disintegrate into the ground or get burned, it'll be still net zero carbon. It'll release only the amount of carbon it's absorbed. And what a beautiful circular economy story here. Can we achieve it? Yes, we can. Will we? Perhaps we got to get rid of the challenges. Thank you.
Okay, I like your last point, which is the challenges, which is something that I would really like to explore with all 3 of you later. Thank you so much, Mr. BK, and I would like to welcome Mr. Kian, who also I've known for a while. Thank you so much for being here, and please, the floor is yours. Perhaps you would like to share a little bit about the background of your expertise and also your understanding on circular economy.
Thank you, Fadli, and also thank you to the organizer for having me here. It is an honor to be sharing the stage with my other 2 panelists here. So I'm a recycler. I'm a plastic recycler. I did not choose the industry, but rather I was born in the recycling world. My parents are commonly known as the Karangguni that collect recyclables from household to household. So all the Berisua Kaba Lama, Bio newspaper, Saukao Bozi, we started from there. So that is a very humble start. It's a small family affair, but over the years we grow. We work very hard. That we started as a scavenger, but slowly we grow to become a small collector, mobile collector, yard owner, processor, and finally aggregating this material. Now, this journey is very, very important for me with the early exposure. So I started the plastic business in year 2002, simply because that I noticed there is a huge fragmentation within the plastic recycling landscape here in Malaysia. So the immediate task was actually to integrate the entire fragmented core businesses so that today we are an integrated end-to-end recyclers. And the second thing is that we noticed there isn't any industrial standards, so to speak, that governs how all the recyclers are operating together. So we then curated our internal standard and shared that to become the de facto industrial standard. So today we are working with the independent plastic operators, and that becomes the basic playbook behind it. We collect 60,000 tons of plastic scrap within Malaysia only. We export the product, which is what we call a smart plastic material, that we export to 35 different countries, and we work with top Korean and Japanese home appliance and automotive makers. So our material, we are able to build in a lot of special performance intelligence, such as antibacterial, that is very, very common right now. That's very, very important to fight the pandemic when we look into a lot of the packaging goods. We can come back and talk a little bit more about that. And then along the way, we also understand that mechanical recycling is great, but we use a lot of electricity. And electricity, it's going to be a big topic that keep pop up, every time when we talk about sustainability and circular economy. So what we do then is that we make our own electricity from plastic. So we create the renewable energy that can power up to 1 megawatt. So that today we are running in a smart factory. And by the way, we are also a GBI, Green Building Index at gold level, sitting here in Tanjung Langsat, Johor. So integration then becomes the foundation, because going forward, we're trying to see what are the things that we can do to build up from here. Right before pandemic, we start, the general public, the world start to expose to this huge challenge called plastic pollution, and followed by the marine pollution. And we start to look into that and say, and we notice that because of this, there is a net result of eco-user rejecting plastic. So something has to be done, and something has to change for this to be sustainable. So then we decided to go into ocean plastic collection as well. So we collect ocean plastic here from Malaysia, we convert it to a very specialized material, and then after that, we co-create with an award-winning designer that made these award-winning chairs, and we work with a Malaysian company, which is actually the second largest furniture supplier to the fast food restaurant of the world. And because of our integration, we can piece together the entire journey or the entire footprint or the entire chain of custody within a QR code. So essentially, that chair then basically has the QR code that's almost like a birth certificate that actually showcases where is this being collected, and then how it's being collected, and ensuring that we are actually operating and fulfilling all the international standards and compliance, and then we sell it to the consumer. So what we say to the consumer is that this is a don't drop the ball party. So we collect the ocean plastic, we pass it to the converters, then we pass it to a product designer or co-creator, then we pass it to a big brand owner, and the big brand owner would then pass it to the consumer and say, guys, we have passed this ball from one to the other, at a B2B scenario. Now it has come to you. It is now your job not to drop the ball, that after you use this product, when it's broken or whatever, bring it back to us so that we can give it a second go. Now, this is the circular economy that we are talking about, that there will be enough plastic for us to go around mechanically. Rule of thumb, we can mechanically recycle that for 7 times. And then when it comes to the 7th time, you cannot recycle that anymore mechanically. So what we do is that we then go into a chemical recycling, that we gasify all this plastic and we make a whole new beautiful plastic material again. The only difference is that there is, this is actually, everything is above ground. It's not directly coming from crude oil, but the raw material feedstock actually come from our plastic. And this is what we meant by circular economy. Now with this, for this project, when it comes to ocean-bound plastic, we also work with you, partly,
Yes.
with Econites. So we collect the river plastic collected by Econites, and then we incorporate all this within the product in here as well. You're right that the European, the American, and the Oceania economies are a lot more progressive. But when we look at home here in Malaysia, actually it's not too bad. We actually have some early successes and interesting case study to talk about. And with that, I'll pass the airtime back to you, Bartley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kian. That was very extensive. I learned already a lot, and I'm looking forward to continue with all three of you. But something that caught my attention just now. I think you started with fragmentation and you ended with integration. I think that's a beautiful concept to look into, finding the gap, identifying the gap and then looking and at the end goal, which is integrating not only your business, but also the other stakeholders and eventually, finally, the consumers to accept this new idea. Okay, so Mr. Andy, for a question for you, can you please share some factors that need to be considered when identifying and implementing strategies that you mentioned just now? From reducing emission and convert to useful energy. And another thing that I see is that what I mean is to implement the strategies to integrate the circular economy within your industrial ecosystem. So what are some of the strategies that identifying this implementation?
Well, in the port cities itself, the most of the waste come from the operational movement of the machines. So, for example, the machine uses a lot of energy, peak load demand when you are lifting a 40-ton containers. So what about lowering the containers? You are actually disposing the energy. So the traditional method, you just dispose it off to resistors. But now with the modern technology, of course, we use lithium ion and ultra capacitors with smaller combustion engines. So there's another option. We go for full electrification. But the challenge now here is more to the cost itself. There's two challenges. One is the cost. So as a service provider, we have to, crack our mind to impress or lobby the user that eventually we have to find a solution that can bring the return of investment to the users as low as 2 years. So batteries are pretty expensive, ultra capacitors are pretty expensive. So we have to find the right balance to convince the users itself. Of course, for big corporations, organizations, I think the awareness it's much lesser. They emphasize more on cost, on profit. But I think over the time, this has gained a lot of impact. And the user wants to implement the circular economy. And the service providers, we ourselves, we have a lot of challenges in this. And coming to the second option, if we look at operationally in the port itself, is everyone making the right decision? Giving you an example, moving a vehicle from point A to point Z. Is it using the right roof? Are you wasting energy? When a mother vessel of 20,000 boxes berth on the jetty, how many cranes do you deploy? 6 cranes to finish the job for 8 hours? Or is it 5 cranes? So all this will lead to wastage of energy if the decision making is wrong. So how do we do that? Right now, there's a new tools or technology. We call it the digital twin platform, which is actually a virtual model. It's a virtual representation that serves as a real-time digital counterpart of a physical process. You can apply this in the port cities or maybe other process industries, whereby user get to make decision, or they can fine-tune the model. The model is running on real time. So if let's say it knows that the ship is coming, you are deploying 6 cranes to finish the job, and you know the output itself. You don't have to wait until you execute the real scenario, or then to say that, oh, you are wrong, you have made a mistake. So this is one of the popular strategies now. Some of them, they call it emulation software. And apart from this, that's where AI or Industry 4.0 comes in, whereby you need to put more smart sensors to retrieve data, make better decisions. So I believe the technological advancement nowadays will help to achieve this circular economy of zero wastage in terms of movement.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You mentioned just now about big companies looking at costs, because they want to maximize their profits. Mr. BK, I know we had a talk about, profits. What does it mean to businesses to invest or to get into circular economy because the cost is still high. The investment, might not give the return as what they expect. From the perspective of, the council who works with companies and works with the policymakers as well, please.
Thank you. This is a mindset game here. I remember very, very prudent and shrewd developers telling us that not to introduce the green building code because the cost of buildings is going to go up. Today, any fashionable developer in his right mind will head towards the first and easiest green building certificate. And even before he certified that award, he will advertise and leverage, max out on the PR value. So when we say profit, we must also understand that several other factors apply. One very important factor is, can we lower our costs? Now, if you convert your waste into a resource, which is going towards circularity, you are reducing cost of disposal of waste and having it serve you instead to lower offset cost of some other alternative you've been using all this while. For example, if a factory produces tomato juice and has got tons of tomato skin and seeds, they can easily, instead of paying a waste collector to come and collect it, going to landfill, creating methane, they can biogasify it, create energy, produce electricity, use in their production, cut fossil fuel energy from coming in, abate that CO2 emitted at the power plant, get organic fertilizer, encourage community around the factory to grow organic tomatoes, and maybe if they grow it to a large amount possible, they could contribute back organic tomatoes to the organic factory, to the tomato juice factory. So, so what has he done? He has, one, cut cost of his electricity. He has abated CO2 at the power plant. He has cut costs of his waste management. He has abated CO2 as a result of methanization at landfill. He has abated transport to the landfill, which is more CO2. So now he has got fertilizer, which he can do a community connect and hope to either get back some organic tomatoes and boast about it. Even if the organic tomatoes are 1% of mix, he can say he did a community 1% organic input into my juice now. That means I've increased the nutrition value. It's a classic case of do good, get good. You can never go wrong. Everyone in this audience can find me on MGBC. If you ever think you've got a situation which CE or circular economy or circularity doesn't apply, connect with me. I will brainstorm this through with you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. BK. Definitely something I wanted to ask later, but Mr. Kian, a question for you, because Mr. BK mentioned that, it requires the industry. What are some of the internal challenges? Because you're trying to do something like you mentioned, using your own smart energy, recycling your own plastic to produce energy for. These are all investments and these are all challenges within the internal. That means the company itself might not want to invest in it or might not believe in it. What more to educate the external partners to, to adopt this new idea. So how do you face that challenges, and how do you overcome those challenges?
Sure, thank you, Fadli. I'll break this into two parts. First, we make it more a building specific type of situation because we are actually one of the GBI standard. Our building basically fulfill the GBI standard at gold level. So this is what we look at. Yeah. So one of the things, when it comes to sustainability, we keep asking ourselves that what would be the inevitable change, when it comes to building. Yeah. So for us, mechanical recycling is good. However, it uses a lot of electricity. So what are we going to do about it? Are we going to put? What are we going to do about the energy part? So it actually required a strategic thinking about energy usage. Although we are quite blessed that we stay in Malaysia, that our energy cost is relatively low, but on long term, what are some of the things that we can do? Should we go into solar energy? Should we go into this? Should we go into that? We explore all kinds of possibilities. Should we go into thermal recycling? Should we go into chemical recycling, so on and so forth? We explore all options. And then we think about
Just very, very, very sorry. Unfortunately, we are having some technical difficulties. We're sorting it out here on our end. We'll be back we'll be back soon. But in the meantime, grab a drink and chill out for a bit. The panel session will continue as fast as we possibly can make it. See you guys.
Right? A lot of people want to start something good, but they don't have capex, they don't have all this.
Okay,
So maybe
they're
we
ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they're ready.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So, yeah, Mr. Ken, please continue.
Okay, sorry, we're back. So I was just saying that, because of our GBI goal, it actually helped us to attract a lot more bigger customer who are very long-term vision oriented. So that has been an awesome plus to us. And I think in the world or in the journey of sustainability, attracting like-minded, long-term oriented type of customer is very, very important. Now, the second part, I was talking about was actually regarding the sustainability journey itself, because apart from a GBI, one of the things is that a lot of people will say that, hey, if I go into any sustainability related type of business, it always incurred a lot of costs, and the result is actually somewhat limited. So it creates a really huge barrier of entry for me to embark on this. Not entirely true. Perhaps I will share my experience here. Now, plastic business used to be a very product-centric business. It's all about making things faster, better, cheaper, and then prettier. That's it. I do my part. I pass it to A, pass to B, B, pass to C. Everything work in silo approach. That's it. However, because of the trend that is happening with consumer rejecting plastic, that business has actually evolved from a product-centric to a life cycle-centric. Yeah, that it goes from a linear consumption pattern to that don't drop the ball circularity model kind of a situation. So in that case, what is happening with that is that it's never going alone in sustainability anymore. So one of the core principles in sustainability or in circular economy is collaboration. Just like what I briefly mentioned just now. We collaborate, with collector, we collaborate with converter, co-creator, champions, and consumer, that we all come to the table for one thing, that we are trying to enable this circularity, trying to enable that we go through this circular economy, that everybody do something to help each other. So imagine that these 5 different, we call it 5C here within HHI or within Heng Hiap industry, that when 5C come to the table, the collaboration, the synergy is fantastic. The collector will say something to the consumer and say, if you do this, I'll make collection very easy for you. And then what happened is that the consumer will say something to the co-creator that if you include more sustainable content in the product, I'm willing to pay more. And then likewise, then the converter, the recycler will say to the big brand and say, by the way, when we do all this, we are in full compliance when it comes to social compliance and also environmental compliance and also traceability compliance. And with that, we make all this story easier for you from a brand owner's point of view to communicate with your consumer. So then when all 5 come together, you will suddenly notice that the cost of entry greatly reduced. The result is a lot more impactful. And what is more exciting is that then you have a group of like-minded people coming together to embark on that circularity journey. So in short, when it comes to sustainability, don't go alone, collaborate. Back to you, Fadli.
Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. BK, you would like to say something, yeah?
Yeah, just to add to that profound ideas presented by Ken, I really appreciated that. I'm talking to all aspiring entrepreneurs, existing entrepreneurs in the audience, and maybe even seasoned entrepreneurs. Here's a question for you. Any business needs CapEx. Now, if you're going to start your business, or you're already just into business, or you're long-term in business, the question is the same. If you knew now what is going to happen in a few years' time, as far as pressure exerted by government and governance on your business due to global warming and climate change, would you start up or start to transform your business towards circularity? That's the question. Because for sure it's coming. Nobody can deny it. How it'll come, when it'll come, we are not very sure, but we know it will come. Now, the question here is, if you invest in your CapEx without consideration for circularity, and in 3 to 5 years, you're about to recover your ROI, and just about when you're going to go into pure profit and payback from that machine for the rest of its lifespan, which may be 15 years or 20 years, a policy comes in whereby you need to either change that machine or you need to modify it to comply to environmental requirements. I mean, can you imagine your neighbor who already took that into consideration when he was starting up same time as you? So you will definitely be the disrupted and not the disruptor. Consider this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think this is something really we need to see, because like we all know the pandemic is already a disruptor to many things, and it makes us think about, what are the opportunities that we can take, in this kind of situation. You mentioned just now, BK, about the startup, and I want to ask this to Mr. Andy first, because you mentioned about the technology, about the simulation, just now on your business, right? What are the challenges? We know that these are, there's a lot of startups, technological solutions now from young companies. Many people are trying to do. What are some of the challenges faced when it comes to building alliances or collaboration, as Mr. Kian mentioned, with tech startups? With partners, tech startups.
Well, I think the challenges is that I would like just to quote an example. If you look at a company or a body in Finland itself, it's called C-Focus International. It's actually a collaboration between industry experts, big corporations, and they are really specialized in what do they do. But they create a lot of initiative for tech startups to join them. And the challenges by these tech entrepreneurs or startups nowadays is when do they get access? So we need like a body, a governing body, or very specific, let's say in the plastic industry or in the port industry, where you get maritime experts, machine maker experts to come in, and they create an opportunity. For example, they create something called an intelligence hunt. It's like a treasure hunt, but they create a subject or topic which they want to emphasize on regarding this circular economy, which is the ultimate goal is to have zero waste. So what is the outcome? In Finland itself, you have success stories from this type of organization. You can see now they are deploying cruise ship using hydrogen. So this is one of the success stories that we can learn from some of the countries in Europe. So I believe Malaysians itself, the tech startups, they have a lot of good ideas. I would say proof of concept, but we need the support and initiative from larger corporations, connect them, and implement these ideas to become a reality. So Petronas is doing it now, and I believe more organizations will come in and support these tech startups, tech entrepreneurs in achieving this objective or ultimate goal itself. So that's from my point of view. There's a lot of success stories itself in Europe. Yeah.
Okay, that's promising, and that's definitely inspiring for young startups or companies in Malaysia, especially Malaysians who wants to help and solve these circular economy issues. Yeah, Mr. BK, can you please share on how relevant policies can support the key actors in integrating the circular economy with the industrial ecology concept? Can we align these policies with the ecology concept? Because you have to also balance between again profit, people, and planet. So is it possible, and how can we do it?
Thank you, Fadli. It's definitely possible. In fact, it should become the objective of your purpose to align. So if we look at globally, first of all, if we look at the picture, in 2015, the UN SDGs were developed and announced, and they've got a 2030 Sustainable Development Goal target. And this, whatever I'm going to say, is focused and targeted towards startups, because that is what your question was centered around. Now, for startups, I advise them to not to disregard any guidance like the SDGs, like ESG, like net carbon zero, like health and well-being, like green buildings. Never disregard any of them. Take all into cognizance, but use the lens of sustainability, reflect your own business, and see which are the bits you can pick up to form a synergistic and symbiotic engine to propel your business forward. And this is not all conceptual. In the Sustainable Development Goals, instead of 3 Ps, people, planet, and profit, they propose 5 Ps. And startups should look at these 5 Ps. Startups should look at people, planet. The others, instead of profit, is now a wider word called prosperity. And then peace. Peace is not only for international peace, but also peace in your entire business chain of custody, upstream and downstream chain. Peaceful activities and harmonious, equitable. Everybody's happy with the deal they've got in the cog that they are within for the whole chain of your business that you do. And the last one, which is the most important one, like the last SDG number 17, the last P is partnerships. No man is an island. And if we don't get on the positive side of symbiotic people, we will start to compete instead of collaborate. And when we compete instead of collaborate, what do? We reduce profit. So you want to go down that path, or you want to make more together? That is the important thing. I will not take the thunder away from Fat Hopes Energy, but I must mention it now, especially because contextually, that was a startup 11, 12 years ago, and I had first-hand experience in it. When people that I'm a mechanical engineer and I'm designing to collect waste oil, they ask me, have you nothing better to do? But I actually found a gap in circularity, whereby today Fat Hopes Energy has become the largest collector of fat oil and grease in ASEAN, doing all of McDonald's and Kentucky in the region, and being called on the global stage of McDonald's to talk about the system they have implemented to be implemented in the rest of the world. That's how far an idea of circularity being plugged into the right cog and being pushed by the right forces can accelerate a startup. Thank you.
Definitely. Partnership. Right, that's the keyword. Collaboration. That's the keyword. We talk about startups and the opportunities that we have here. Mr. Kian, perhaps probably one last question for you. What is your opinion? Because just now Mr. BK also mentioned about the ESG, and I know comparing to the CSR now moving into ESG, and I think you are also like focusing on that. And what is your opinion of the execution, and how will the shift from the CSR to ESG encourage investors and companies to be sustainable in long run?
Thank you. I like that question because a lot of people are thinking that ESG is an extension of CSR. CSR is that we do whatever we can do during our spare time and spare resources. We do something some charity. So it's a corporate social responsibility. That's no mandate on that. We do whatever we could based on the spare resources. Now that is something that it's considered. I think the keyword then becomes spare. ESG, however, is completely different. I think when it comes to sustainability, the point of view is very important. It needs to start with a point of view that what is your point of view about your industry? What would be, again, the inevitable change in your industry 50 years from now? And from that vision that for example, for plastic, 50 years from now, I don't think we will live in a plastic-free society, but rather we will live in a plastic-neutral society. So everything goes through that don't drop the ball concept, and it goes on and on and on. And because of that, we then tailored our entire strategy towards that, from a supply chain and production point of view. So from a production and consumption model point of view, we then start to see the huge shift from a linear to a circular economy. Now, along that, we then start to look at, hey, commercially, what is the commercial footprint? And usually that's the easy part, because it involves dollar and cent. People think a lot about it. your customer and supplier will play along with that. That's easier. But if we truly look into that hard enough, we will then see that that point of view brings in a huge ESG impact from an environmental impact, a social impact, and governance impacts point of view. Then for that, if that is something of a great impact, then we need to think about what would be the framework that we could actually we can actually measure the data that comes along with that, and how are we going to manage the data? How are we going to analyze the data? How are we going to make it so that we can create the more intelligent and inclusive, ecosystem, as Andy has mentioned for his industry? Now that is happening in all industry, especially in the face of pandemic. Every industry is going through this quiet but ground shifting evolution. So for all the startup, this is the great, this is the best time of the world, because suddenly the world is shifting from a very conventional, consistent type of model into an unconventional, magical, imaginative type of model. So for us, we work with startup to Fortune 100 company simply because, and how do we choose, who we work with, which startup or which Fortune 100 company we work with. We choose by assessing whether they are aligned with our point of view, that inevitable change, that plastic neutrality. We then basically work with the believers. We don't care whether they are startups, big corporation, SME, Fortune 100, but as long as they're believers in sustainability, we would love to work with them. That's my humble 2 cents.
Thank you so much. I really wish we have more time, but we are sort of towards the end of it. But we do have the Q&A session now. I do have some questions. I try to post as much as I can to each of you. Perhaps we can have a more shorter answer so that hopefully we can go through all the questions. Okay, perhaps the first one would be circular economy versus footprint or CO2. Which is bigger benefit? Any study done? Example, recycle plastic bottle, collect, crush, convert PET, sell, transport, manufacture plastic bottle, consumer, collect. CE versus footprint of CO2, which is bigger benefit? Anyone would like to take? Yeah, sure.
Shall I try? It's very simple. You're going to do business, find out which one's more profitable and follow that one first, and then do the second one to increase your profit. It doesn't really matter, CE versus footprint. The net result is what is important. The net result for your business, number one priority is your profitability. So if a footprint path is more profitable than a CE path for now, do it. But look at how you can go towards CE. If vice versa, do your CE and see how you can lower your carbon footprint eventually towards CE or towards CO2. Either one is still good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone would like to add?
A quick one? Quickly, I echo with what BK is saying. In my view, they are both, sort of, the same in long term, of course. In short term, commercialization is very important. So we need to commercialize the product so that it's actually part of that. So that, to basically be able to supply a product, to embark on that and keep the business going so that you can continue to innovate. Carbon footprint, it's something that will come, but for now, the more important part is to stay alive.
Okay, all right. Perhaps, Andy, I have a question maybe. How could committing a green supply chain be good for the profitability again of the company when the initial investment to convert an existing model would or might be very expensive? I think Mr. Kian already mentioned about the cost of investment, the front loading one. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think if you look at Minda's earliest presentation by the Deputy CEO, I think some of the government agencies itself, they give good, initiative of financial backing for good green projects. For example, the one that they have showed in Sabah, whereby it's a huge project from end to end, from the port up to the industry side. It's like a closed loop system. So try to get some help from these government agencies. So last 2 years, for example, in my case itself, we did a project for San Miguel Corporation. So they are a very big corporation in Philippines. They are now building the biggest airports in Manila, highways in Philippines itself. So we got help from MIDF itself under the Service Export Fund, and some of the government bodies they are very keen to support companies which have they want to achieve this type of objective, and the interest is also is very good. Yeah, so try to get some help on that. This is my 2 cents opinion.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Mr. BK, could you share what is the initial capital investment to convert a small factory lot to a sustainable one? Are there any special grant? I think Andy have mentioned about some of the government support or initiatives that SMEs can apply for.
Unfortunately, there is no silver bullet and one size fits all. This is also a major challenge. But when you apply sustainable systems thinking, which again, unfortunately, goes back to the need for sustainable education, which the government should have started from Standard 1 20 years ago, or with 2008 when they committed in COP15. So let's look forward now. What can we do? Unfortunately, we do need to put on, we do need to think from sustainable systems way forward. And the word expensive is very, very subjective. As I said, even lowering your cost can increase your profit. Angling your communication to specific targeted markets where they will appreciate your product. For example, when we converted used cooking oil into biodiesel, we got very low uptake. But then when we used ISCC as a certification, chain of custody certification, recognized globally that every drop is coming from waste oil, and we targeted BP as our uptake, we immediately came into a very, very viable business position, and the business just boomed. So the question here is, how do we have to cleverly investigate where our target is and what do we have to do to serve the need of that target. And you see, circularity is actually copied from nature. In nature, it's all circular. It starts with, after day, there is no day. After day, there is night. And after night, there is no night. It comes back to day, so it goes round in a circle. Physically, it goes round in a circle. Chemically and biologically, everything that happens in nature goes round in circles. You don't hear a tiger saying, I need a sewage treatment system for my waste. It's got a natural one, and it fertilizes the plants grow, and animals that the tigers eat feed on the plants, and it goes in a circle. So you've got to know that your product which you're trying to do, how do you fit that into a circle of business to make it circular? And if you get the right fit, well, you might not get it so right the first time, but never mind. Get a fit and then fine-tune it to the most optimized sweet spot of the absolute right fit. And there your business will grow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we have one question here, but I probably can just summarize it, because the question is like, my mid-size, it seems becoming sustainable seems to be difficult and expensive. My mid-sized company might not have the capability or capacity to do. What are the baby steps? I think Mr. Andy have mentioned just now, there are some government incentives. We also mentioned about the other things. So I think all the other speakers have mentioned, I think BK mentioned about, getting the right certification that helps, create that gateway to a more viable business. I think these are some of the things that you can look into. Of course, if you have anything to add, but this is for Mr. Kian. Bravo! It starts with bravo, Mr. Sia. Your company sounds really like having a circular economy model. Did you start off the company as a plastic recycling company, or was it something that you capitalize on? This is interesting, between profit or purpose, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and for me, I think today we talk about profit, we talk about cost, we talk about investment, and there's one thing that has not come out, and I think this is a good time to come up, which is value. I think what we try to do at the very beginning is that we collect that plastic, and then along the process, we understand, one of the beauty about the plastic that a lot of people do not know about is that plastic, we know a lot about the good things, like, it's cheap, it's beautiful, it's light, it's easy to make, all that great things. But there's also one more great things about plastic. Each and every time when plastic changes its shape, it spits out value. So what happened is that from crude oil to become material, it spits out value. It goes into a bottle, it spits out value. It goes into a product, it spits out value. After consumed and we collect it back, it spits out value. We crush that, it spits out value. And then we wash, we clean. Each and every step of the way, it spits out value. So logically, what do? Make sure that it keeps changing form and shape, that it doesn't stop. Now, that's when they spit out that value, it also means that we need to work through the entire integration so that we create the value. So we talk about cost, we talk about investment, but what is more important is that we need to think about value creation. When we started in this industry, like, I echo with my experience with BK, that's very little assistance from the government. We do have governments giving out, innovation grant, GDFS, Green Technology Financial Scheme, and all these are good initiatives to look at. But more importantly, for any industry to actually survive, as the first question during the Q&A, it's all about the value creation. And always think about the value creation, and then we net off with the cost that is going to be added in there. So when the cost is fronting with the value, then it makes it a lot easier to make that decision. You have a huge cost, but your value is even higher. Of course, you can find money to make that happen. Now, if you have a huge cost, you could not create the value, of course, then it's something that's actually very, very difficult. So I think what we are trying to do when we comes to, in the face of circular economy or sustainability, value creation has to be very much, within our mindset. And when we are stuck that, by doing it alone, I cannot create value out of that, like I said earlier on, find, a believer to work on this together, create a partner, and from a partner, create, an alliance, and continue to collaborate. The more that you are able to bring stakeholders within your industrial chain to the table, the more you can unleash the magic of sustainability. Back to you, Fadli.
That is great. Okay, I think we are almost at the end of it. I think this is great. I wish we have more time. And I would personally like to engage with you and hope the audience would, find more information about yourself, your companies, the industries that you are, because this is definitely a game changer. And excuse me. Finally, I would like to sort of like close this by asking a question and also, your conclusion. So the question is that, what is your call for action? I would like you to have a call for action. What should people or your audience or people need to do now? Short term or long term, it doesn't matter. Or maybe short term, something that they can start with something. And then what would be your key takeaways from this conversation, from all this information and knowledge that we've been sharing all together through like three of you? Yeah. So call for action and also a key takeaway from this conversation. Please, anyone would like? Andy, maybe you would like to start?
Yeah, just try to keep it short and simple. I think in various industries itself, any other industry, try to identify the waste. The waste might not be, something that you can see physically, or for example, you can have waste in the form of movement. Try to identify, and then try to plan and act on it. See what you can do and come up with. So. And my key takeaways is in our surrounding, I felt some of the industry players, they are already adapting to more to ESG approach. For example, in the port cities itself, of course, the challenges for the service provider or tech entrepreneurs is for us to keep on um, keeping up with the technology, because they advance so fast that we have to catch up with them. So this is our challenges. So I wish all the audiences you can grab out something from today, and wish you the best of luck in finding your circular economy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy. BK, your turn, perhaps? Yeah.
Thank you, Fadli. So key takeaway, let me give you a strange scenario. You go in at one dark night, you go into an empty house, which is all dilapidated. You immediately have fear. And the reason you have fear is because you don't know what exists inside there, inside that house. Okay? So the message I'm trying to give is fear is a result of you don't know, which is ignorance. Anytime you've got fear, it's going to be expensive. Am I going to succeed? Am I going to fail? It's a result of ignorance. You don't know enough about CE. You don't know enough about green buildings. You don't know enough about net zero. You don't know enough about carbon footprint. You got fear. So education and awareness is one thing which you need to progress. You cannot do without it. You have to get into it and get to know it. Because only when you get to know it can you apply it. Without knowing it, you cannot apply it. You will only have fear. So that would be my key takeaway or giveaway for this conference. I'd like to end with a few key points, one or two of which I will reiterate, I've already mentioned, which is CE is nature's biomimicry of circular. It's not a straight line. We've got to bend that straight line slowly, one step at a time, until the two ends meet and we get it to be circular. And how we do it is very, very personalized to each of our personal journeys, needs, wants, and industry. So be aware of that. There is no silver bullet. We got to bend the straight line to form a circle, slowly but surely, personalized to our needs. The second point I'd like to make is remember the 5 Ps, don't disregard them, never disregard any of the guidance out there, get to know them, and then slowly distill which parts you can use to the advantage of your business. Analyze it and critically consider the best options for you to take away from all these guidance of Sustainable Development 2030, SDGs, ESG, blah, blah, all the rest of it, and the 5 Ps as well. You will notice that the subject of environment since 1972 at the Kyoto Protocol has been kicked. The can has been kicked down the road. Every time we set targets, we never meet. And then we set targets again and we never meet. And I don't know, we seem to be doing the same thing and expecting different results. Finally, 100 odd countries, nearly 200 countries collected for the Paris Accord, and suddenly we get a bright spark like Trump pulling out, you know? So it's like the frogs trying to climb out of the basket where you jump up one step and you slide down two steps. This has to stop by young people taking action into their own hands. We, my generation, caused this. Our desires, our needs cause global warming. However, some of us, like me, are here to hold hand and inspire younger people to change course. And I personally take that as my life's mission. So if you ever need, reach out to us, MGBC, or to me, and I will happily be able to share thoughts and brainstorm ways through. Lastly, I want to leave with the fact that whilst we've been talking since 1972 and doing very little, you must realize that the deadline for our actions to take place is fixed. In fact, it might be accelerating, coming closer towards us. And here we are discussing and talking and discussing and talking. We must realize that our call to action is time-based. Because if we beat around the bush like this, the day will come where everything will collapse and we will not be doing business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a very powerful call to action. Thank you, VK. And lastly, Mr. Kian, your key takeaways and your call to action.
Sure. I think, I will share my journey with everyone. And I think, one of the key takeaways that ESG is a proactive mindset, not a reactive one. I don't embark on an ESG because, government forced me, my customer forced me, other people want me to comply. ESG actually is a proactive mindset that derived from that point of view, about that inevitable change. So in one of the consensus that we, I kind of learned from today's session is that we are trying, in order for the world to be greener, in order to restore the world, we need to reduce our dependency on fossil. And I think that's something that's very, very important. I think that all three of us are sharing today talks about reducing that dependency on fossil so that our natural resources do not run out, so that it runs in that iterative manner. And I think that is something, important to bear in mind. And for me, more of a sharing to make that in the world of circularity and sustainability, if we were to equate that to sport, it is not a 100-meter sprint like in Olympics. You do a quick one, you make a lot of money, top team already, move on to the next one. It doesn't quite work like that. It is a marathon. For those who run marathon, you will know that. First at the very beginning, you have a lot of people running with you. Somewhere along the way, a quarter along the way, you are the only one. You start asking yourself questions that, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this to myself? And then you go to halfway, you're like, oh, I'm dying alone here. Nobody knows me. And my story will left untold. And once you go to three-quarter, there are people that suddenly appear out of nowhere and say, hey, I know what you're trying to do. It's super cool what you're trying to do. Now, when you get to the finishing line, everyone will be cheering you on. Now, that will be the same experience with sustainability and circularity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can very much relate to that marathon thing. I ran as well, so I can definitely feel and understand the feeling. And thank you so much. One thing I would like to end before we end this, and thank you so much to all. Thank you to Star. Thank you to the sponsors UOB and also the Magic for doing this, for having us. And one thing that I can kind of take from everyone is like we all need to together. We need to bend the linear line into circular, right? We all need to do this, and in order to bend it to be circle, we all have to put all the resources and collaborate. And I think this is a great start of collaboration between us. And I know we're all one call away. I hope to connect with all of you again in the future. And thank you so much to Andy Low, Mr. Kian, and also Mr. BK for being here. And I hope everyone have learned something. And if you have anything, you can reach out to them. So thank you so much. And I will see you in the some other times. Take care, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to Fadli and the panel for such an insightful discussion and look into the practicalities of adopting the circular economic principles into our industrial ecosystem. I think one thing that I've definitely learned is that while profit is important, if we were to burn through all of our resources, we have nothing to profit from. And I really do hope that the audience at home feel inspired, and I think some of you might have been, because we've had so many questions and wonderful inquiries and curiosity, and that's wonderful. Keep doing that. But unfortunately, though, we have come to the end of the line for the Star Circular Economy Conference 2021. However, let's make it a cycle, and we'll meet again tomorrow for more exciting panel discussions and case studies from our industry experts. I've had the privilege of meeting some of the individuals behind these case studies, and indeed they are very inspiring. And I hope that if you join us tomorrow, they will inspire you as well. But before I jet off, just a quick reminder, tomorrow's session will start at 9 a.m. If you want more information on the individuals that I've mentioned, as well as for the panel sessions tomorrow, you can scan the QR code on the screen at the top right or go to bit.ly/circulareconcon2021 to register. If you have any inquiries, any questions, any suggestions, do not be shy to email us at events@thestar.com.my. Once again, on behalf of Star Media Group, I would like to give a special shout out to our sponsors who have made this event possible. So thank you to our platinum sponsor, UOB Bank Malaysia, and our gold sponsor, the Malaysian Global Innovation and Creativity Centre, MAGIC. I'm Myra Baiti, and I'll see you tomorrow bright and early at 9 a.m. Have a great day ahead, and goodbye.